We'll call this meeting back to order. Roll call.
Ms. Vogt?
Here.
Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Mills?
Here.
Mr. Punier?
Here.
Mr. Oden?
Here. We'll stand for the flag salute, and we will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Chris Mills.
Place your hands over your heart, please. Pledge allegiance.
Tonight, we have our invocation by Reverend Matt Culp from the Spiritual Enrichment Center. Please come forward and welcome.
Please join me in prayer. So we come together in the stillness of this moment, recognizing and knowing that a divine activity is taking place, that this divine activity is nothing more, nothing less than the beauty, the breath, the glory of God, the living Spirit Almighty, as it expresses itself in and through all things seen and unseen. And I know that right here and right now, that each and every single one of us is made in the image and likeness of the divine, that we have come together this evening to do the business for the city of Palm Springs. So I bless all that is getting ready to transpire. I bless our mayor, I bless our city council members, I bless each and every single person who is here this fine and glorious evening. Therefore, I bless this event, knowing that the beauty and the power of the living Spirit has gone before and made all crooked pathways straight, that each and every single decision is made from a place of love, that each and every single person who needs to be heard is heard with love, that clarity is the theme of this evening, and that divine grace and love precedes this entire event. So I give thanks for the opportunity to come together in prayer, and together we say, Amen.
And thank you. There are no presentations this evening. We'll have our report of the posting of the agenda by our city clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the agenda you have before you was posted in accordance with council procedures last Friday. There is a yellow packet on the desk before the council that has additional materials in it concerning item 10, which is your public hearing. The council will also be adjourning items 11 through 17 to a meeting to be scheduled for Friday at 8 a.m. in the large conference room. That would be items 11 through 17 will be continued until Friday at 8 a.m.
So for clarification, we'll have the public hearing tonight, which will go through item 10, and the rest of the agenda we will adjourn until Friday morning.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Ms. Reddy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, apparently on number 2, on the consent agenda, apparently the applicant has requesting some changes. So I would ask to pull that, and we'll reschedule that for a future meeting. Thank you.
So then we would be looking at one legislative item under community redevelopment and items 1 through 10, omitting number 2 for the full agenda for this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Folt.
I would like to pull item 4. I have some questions.
Okay, well, we're not there just yet, but,
We're on the consent agenda?
well, no, we're just clarifying where we're doing, where we're going tonight. We still have to come back to the closed session report. Okay, closed session report, City Attorney, please.
Yes, the agency and the council met in closed session. On the agency agenda, we gave a status of our real property negotiations with Jerry Johnson, gave a status report. Direction was given for further negotiations. On the dump site property, the Gabay, we gave a status report. Direction was given for further negotiations. With respect to the litigation matter involving the Citizens for Local Government Accountability, we gave a status report on the settlement negotiations. Direction was given for further discussion. With respect to the city's agenda items, the real property negotiations with the Desert Water Agency, we gave a status report. Direction was given for further negotiations. With respect to the negotiations on the transfer station site, we gave a status report. Direction was given for further negotiations. Concerning real property negotiations with Greyhound Lines, we gave a status report. Direction was given for further negotiations. And with the healthcare district on the Catherine Finchy site, we gave a status report. Direction was given for further negotiations. Litigation matters, McCardle versus City of Palm Springs, we gave a status report. No action was taken. With respect to exposure to litigation, we discussed exposure to litigation in one matter. We gave a status report. No action was taken.
Thank you. The Housing Authority, the Financing Authority, the Industrial Development Authority have no business this evening, and we will move to our Community Redevelopment Agency. We have one legislative item, South Palm Canyon Drive at Sunny Dunes Road, median construction. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is a request to complete a median on South Palm Canyon. And actually, I would ask our Director of Public Works and Engineer, Dave Bracken, to come and give the staff report on the particulars. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This is a fairly small project adjacent to the new Kentucky Fried Chicken on South Palm Canyon. It's an agency programmed in their budgets, the capital improvement to build a median and some associated improvements. Staff bid the project, and the low bidder is Saul Construction. Staff recommends award to the low bidder for this project. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council, are there any questions on the staff report?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mills.
is the median similar to the one on the opposite side, on the north? Landscaping-wise is what I'm talking about.
Well, this particular median is very narrow and doesn't have landscaping. It's a decorative concrete median.
How does it meet the requirements that I talked about in study session a little while ago, or does it? I haven't seen a drawing on it. I don't even know if there is. Is there one available for us to see tonight?
Yes, I have one here. It's the drawings that council approved when it went to bid, but because of the nature of the median, there isn't any landscaping in it.
What's the size of it, David?
It goes. It's approximately 200 feet long. The width is basically about 4 feet. There's a little area at the end that's a little bit wider at the south end.
And it has no landscaping in it whatsoever?
No, it's got decorative concrete pavement.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Are there any other questions? Council, what is your question?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I voiced a concern a while ago about meeting islands that are concrete where they don't need to be concrete, or whatever. I think there's an opportunity here for landscaping. We have landscaping on the median island on the opposite side. If it's 4 feet wide, it can accommodate landscaping, and perhaps the council did look at it previously. I don't recall it, but I would like an opportunity to review that proposal again and see if there is potential for landscaping in that island, rather than just put a chunk of concrete in the street with no verticality to it, no softness to it. There's no really reason for it to be there except to keep cars from making left turns, I guess. So, and not that that's all bad. I didn't mean that. But I think it's an opportunity that would be missed here for us to put a beautification element in that area of town, which looks really good on the other side in front of Starbucks. I think we should try to carry that along where we can. So my motion would be to have that looked at by Planning Commission again for the potential of landscaping it.
So you want to refer it back to the planning commission at this
Correct.
point? Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it. Roll call?
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Aye. So the median island at South Palm Canyon and Sunny Dunes Drive will be referred back to the planning commission. We will now adjourn and open as the city council, and we will open the floor for public comments. I do have some cards before me that are not on the public hearing. And the first person is Mr. Harold Matzner. If you please come forward, you'll have 3 minutes. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm here to speak tonight on the subject of Miss Teen America. My background is a media buying background. Media is my business. And the Miss Teen America pageant comes to our city in the summer. I've looked at last year's television ratings, and I see the event as a 40 million reach event. That's 40 million different households. I realize that the event itself on national television reaches a total of 7.1 or 2 million different people. The unique thing about the event is that we actually have managed somehow to come up with an event that gives us an infomercial. But it's an ideal infomercial that sells our tourism in really ideal imagery. I mean, I think you saw this last week. I've never really seen a program that does anything like that for our community, and it sells us young. And we need to have that young energy look, because there is certainly a young side to this community, a young side to the tourism that we want to attract. I talked at length with the operators in the Miss Universe contest today, who also run this event, and we went through the other aspects of the event. The event does get 5 minutes on the NBC Today show, which has an audience alone of 9 million. It also reaches, the actual broadcast itself reaches Europe and Asia on a syndicated basis with approximately 3 million more households. So just the television audience is in the range of 20 million before you get to print. I myself intend to support this event with $25,000 because I really don't want to say that, but the fact is that I wanted you to know that as a media person, I feel that it's worthwhile enough for this community for me to give it my support. I think we should see what this event looks like at the end of this year and reevaluate it, but it's really too good to turn our back on. I have a company who makes media appraisals appraising the value of the event. I know it's going to come in at least $2 million. Just the first 4 minutes is certainly worth over $1 million. I realize we don't have $1 million to spend, but it's $75,000, even in these trying times. I really recommend it to you. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your support. The next person I have is Shirley Bush. If you please come forward, Shirley. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, my name's Shirley Bush. I've been working with the homeowners of Sunrise Norte. 20 years ago, I obtained my real estate license. I remember asking my broker, Mary Ellen, what does this document mean? She said, did you read it? I said, no. She said, read it, then come back and we'll discuss it. 20 years ago, the city endorsed the state CHAP loan with a recorded document. The CHAP loan enabled a borrower to come in with no money down, If the sale was $40,000, the state held a $20,000 first trust deed. When the loan is paid off, the state requires an appraisal. The state then gets 49% of the appreciated equity. The state will not approve the sale or payoff if the sale is more than 5% below market. In contrast, the objective of the city's resale restriction was to continue affordability to low to mod purchasers. Per CC&Rs, page 38, the servitudes contained in this article are for the sole benefit of the city and may be waived by the city in whole or in part. At any time by recording a waiver executed by the city specifying the portion to be waived. 20 years later, the staff is focusing on a proposal to sell the lots that no one can understand and would create an administrative burden. An update on Mr. Gray's 15-year loan. 60 days later, his lender still has not been able to obtain the correct documentation from the city. Last Wednesday, excuse me, I asked Mr. Raymond 2 questions and Mr. Alshar 1. I still haven't had a response. A verbal response would be just fine. I'm asking all of you to please take the time, drive by, and view these little tract of 51 homes. The homeowners can use all the help they can get. Thank you.
And thank you. Sergio Santos? Yeah, okay, Sergio, if you're in the large conference room, come over. We're waiting on you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Just wanted to clear up this thing on the rental over there, that the number 2 on the agenda tonight. I did talk to, I was afraid this was going to happen. I talked to Mr. Wiedekin over at the airport, and he basically said there's no problems with the revisions. And I know you probably just got it tonight, Mr. Reddy, and I apologize for it, but I thought that this might happen. So if you want to redo this lease, that'd be great. So I just wanted to explain that to you, and I'll go out this way then.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Oh yeah, I do have some more. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public comments? If you want to speak to the public hearing issue with Desert Chapel, that will be coming up as item number 10. But if you would wish to speak to any other issue in the city at this time, please come forward. Then if not, we will close the public comments at this time. Thank you. And we will move to our consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Additionally, besides item 2 being pulled, you should pull item number 6. That concurs with the CRA item that was pulled already. So item 6 should also be withdrawn, please.
Okay, so we're looking at items 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull item 4.
Okay, we'll pull item number 4 for a separate vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item number 1 for some discussion also.
Do you just have a question, or you want for discussion?
Discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a abstention on a warrant on number 9. Number 994371, business related. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'll move the remainder of the consent agenda with the exception of 1, 2, 4, 6, and that's it.
Okay.
Second.
And second by Mr. Prunier. Roll call.
Ms. Fote? Ms. Fote?
You're okay.
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Oden?
Aye. Okay, and we'll move to item number 1, staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. At the study session prior, you had instructed us to bring forward an appropriation on Miss Teen, and this is what's before you this evening, the actual appropriation, $75,000, $50,000 that's required by the promoter, and $25,000 for the event coordinator. There was some discussion from the hoteliers last week with regard to the number of room nights. And Mr. Rohrbaugh from the Wyndham wanted to correct the numbers that he gave us. I had passed out the letter earlier. Basically, he's saying that they're looking at 1,700 room nights instead of the 3,000. And as Mr. Matzner, who you heard earlier, indicated, that this is more of an event that has to do with advertising, promotion, PR for the city. It's estimated that we will get approximately $3.8 million worth of national television advertising for the $75,000, and that relates to 7.1 million people seeing this broadcast. So from that perspective, it's recommended for public relations and promotions more than for the return on the room nights. And I just want to make sure the council was clear on this change on the room nights from 3,000 stated last week to 1,700 as outlined in the letter. Thank you.
And thank you. Council comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Move the item, move the resolution.
Have a motion, is there a second?
A second.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Mills and a second by Mr. McCullough. Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. And item number 4, staff report, please.
I would defer this to Mr. Barakian, our city engineer. Thank you.
Yes, Council, is there specific questions? You just want a general staff report on the item?
I had some specific questions.
Well, then, if we're going to ask specific questions, why don't you give a brief staff report so everyone knows what we're talking about?
Okay. Each year in the budget, there is funds for overlaying city streets. I believe this year there's $200,000 in our never-ending search for additional funds. We've come across a grant program that we are eligible for. Now, in this case, the specific project has not come before council yet. However, the grant application is due the first part of March, and this item would provide council authorization to submit a grant for some partial reimbursement of funds for the use of rubberized asphalt concrete material in our overlay program, which we have historically used. The exact streets that we're going to do can still be changed by council when the project comes forward. But in order to get our foot in the door, so to speak, we need to get an application in if we wish to be eligible for some of this money.
Okay. Ms. Fote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was one of my questions, because I was curious as to how we came up with the list of streets that were going to have this project. Because I know we did hear in public testimony a couple of weeks ago specific information about Barona, and I saw that Barona is listed in this, but there were other streets that were mentioned specifically with the Araby Cove people, and so I was wondering how you came up with that list and if that was the final list. So I think you've answered that the list the streets can actually change. And will they change?
Well, will they change is based on council. The list was the original list that's generated by our pavement management system program. Barona being on it was, I guess, not a coincidence, but basically the requests were founded. That had always been on the list for the coming year. as were the remainder of the streets that are on that list. But certainly, council can choose to modify or accept the list in any way it chooses when the project comes to you for authorization to advertise and approval of the plans.
Okay, because Araby wasn't on that list, so I just wanted to make sure that this was not the final list. And then the other question I had was, this is, the rubberized asphalt is made of old tires, and I was just wondering if there's been any studies done on the environmental aspects of that in our desert heat.
Yes, we've been using that, and other cities have been using that for a number of years. It satisfies our recycling efforts. The environmental issue is a positive one, since it does recycle old tires and keeps them out of the waste areas. And we've used them on many of our streets over the years.
And so there's no air quality issues?
No more than using regular asphalt concrete.
Okay. Thank you.
I would just like to suggest that when you bring this report back, that you somehow show us how you come to the decisions of the streets that you already have on the list, because, I mean, we can always make some alterations, but that simply means that there'll be other places that'll be saying the same thing. So I would like that information included in your report.
That's correct. And actually, I finished a report that Mr. Mills requested at a couple of council meetings back, and that'll be coming to you first before the actual project.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Barakian, by applying for this grant and assuming that we get the grant, that obligates how much dollars in funds in order to obtain the grant? Matching funds, or more than?
Basically, the grant pays you $2.50 for every ton of asphalt rubber that you use, and has a minimum of I think 2,500 tons.
So that's the minimum that you would have to
in order to be
allocate.
eligible for the program. It's a 2-year program that's funded. So,
And my only thought would be that, based on what our budget complications are, potentially, that we may be forced to put some of these projects on hold. Is that a possibility? And if so, how does that affect this grant?
if you don't do the asphalt overlay, you don't get the money from the grant.
But up to that minimum amount, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and David, offhand, I don't want to put you on the spot, but no more than normal. What dollar amount does that amount to? The $250 per ton, I understand, but what dollar amount of improvement does that equate to?
It's about $400,000 worth of improvements.
So if we get this grant, we're looking, in our first phase, as you say, is what? Well, ultimately it's $550, but so we would be committed to use that or to do 400 of that anyway, or about 400 of that anyway.
Well, maybe I misunderstood the question.
Well,
the total estimated cost is $550,000 for the 2-year period.
correct.
The grant amount is probably, somewhere around $7,000-8,000 is all they pay you.
Okay. So if we didn't,
You have to do about 400,000 of the 550, just multiply it in my
to get
head.
the 7 or 8.
Yes.
Okay. So if we didn't, so we can always opt out of the grant if we so choose.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Counsel?
Mr. Mayor, I move the motion.
You have a motion for the minute order. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Mills. Roll call, please.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Cunier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Extended consent agenda? Nothing there. And we will move to our public hearing item. Case number 5.935, Plan Development, Desert Chapel, 630 South Sunrise Way.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mills.
I will be abstaining on this project, and then I'm the architect on the project.
Good night, sir. See you Friday. Tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor, as we discussed the last time this came before council, because my children both attend Desert Chapel School, the city attorney and I have just determined that I should abstain from this also.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I would defer to the Director of Planning and Zoning, Doug Evans, to give the staff report. We did give a report, I believe, a couple weeks ago, and there is some updated information, but beyond that, it's pretty much the same report, but he will recap the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is an item that you did hold a public hearing on at your January 21st meeting. The City Council continued the item to this meeting date. You asked the city staff, Desert Chapel, and neighborhood stakeholders to have a meeting to discuss special events, football games, and the overall operation of Desert Chapel. That meeting did occur on February 10th. We had a good turnout, representatives from Mesquite Country Club Homeowners Association. They brought their counsel. Tahquitz River Estates neighborhood, representatives from Deepwell Estates neighborhood. We provided a sign-in sheet for the people that attended, and what I'd like to do is basically recap what we think were the 6 key issues that were discussed. Most of these issues are thoroughly debated already in the record before you as far as the Planning Commission record, and certainly at your last public hearing you heard about almost all of these ideas. First item had to do with existing operations at Desert Chapel, including overall group activities, nursery school, school operations. They do disturb some neighbors, and there were neighbors at the meeting that felt that maybe relocation of some of those activities would be helpful to move them away from the residential property to the north. Evidently, there was no agreement or proposal from Desert Chapel as far as possible relocations. I will let you know I was called to court to testify on a matter regarding a city court case, so I did not get to attend the meeting, so I'm getting updates from it, and the staff member that attended the meeting did write the report for you tonight, so I'm working off of that, so I might not be able to answer every question about what was discussed. Anticipated growth of student enrollment and expansion. Desert Chapel master plan that's before you has expansion, additional classrooms, a nursery facility, an administrative building, and then the formal designation of a special events area, as well as the issue of using the athletic field for nighttime football games. So as far as the physical campus, their expansion plans are before you. Desert Chapel did not provide any projections about enrollment. We've encouraged them to possibly address that tonight during the public hearing. Third item that came up really was the history of special events. Obviously, that's created some ill will between neighbors, both immediately adjacent and in the extended neighborhood. Obviously, there was a debate about the appropriateness of football games. There was, again, a discussion about going to daytime football games. We discussed that extensively at staff level as well as with the commission, and Desert Chapel's position is football season does start when it's still very hot, and daytime football games, home games, would be very difficult for the players and the spectators to be able to deal with the daytime temperatures. Discussion about alternative locations for football games. Desert Chapel has looked at those. They feel they really don't have many options. We reported at your last meeting about the challenges of Palm Springs High School, and it's my understanding that Palm Springs Stadium is already rented, would not be available to move football games from Desert Chapel to our stadium. because of prior commitments for the use of that facility. I briefly talked to Scott Meixell, and he may have some additional information as to what might be available citywide in city parks if the council's pleasure was to explore alternative locations. Obviously, circulation, the overall operation, drop-off, pickup. There was some suggestion that there could be more drop-off further to the south, further away from the residential properties at Mesquite Country Club. There really wasn't any conclusion of that, but it was one of the items discussed. Overall security was the fifth item. Use of public address system for overall school operations, and the fact that routine maintenance sometimes occurs in the evening hours or nighttime hours and has caused some disturbance. The last item that was discussed, that Desert Chapel really needs to take the primary role of enforcement with the conditions of approval. At the end of that summary, I'd like to go to the just make a note in the resolution. You have one of my handwritten notes. We slipped in the wrong copy of the resolution in your packet. The meeting occurred last Wednesday night, and we put a report together Friday morning, and we didn't take that out. So I apologize for my handwritten notes in the middle of a resolution. And then with regards to the conditions of approval, everything in bold, and this starts on page 10, C15. It's a new Exhibit B. Everything in bold is new. Items number 1 and 2 are standard routine conditions and actually already apply, but the group felt that they should be added just to reinforce compliance with city codes, as well as indemnifying the city if there is any litigation as a result of this permit. Item number 3 is something that we at staff level added after the neighborhood meeting. We debated how can we deal with the monitoring, because there's been a concern, particularly with football games and special events, that the city hasn't been diligent in its monitoring, and we've put in here a recommendation that Desert Chapel submit a $500 deposit to be used for staff overtime to monitor some of the events to see if they are in fact complying. The next item has to do with limitation of amplified vocalist for the Christmas sing-along and limiting the hours between 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Relative to special events. Some fairly minor wording changes. We did add additional homeowners or neighborhood groups to the notification list, as well as the city manager, so that 2 weeks prior to any special events, the notice would go out. And then item number 8 has to do with revocation proceeding. That's a procedural item that the city attorney recommended at the last meeting. Under football games, one item was added. It has to do as if a football game extends past 10 p.m., they added overtime, because there are things that are out of the control of Desert Chapel that could cause a football game to go a little bit later. In testimony before the commission, Desert Chapel representatives indicated they thought most of the games will be done prior to 10 p.m. Item number 10, there's no change there, but I would like to tell you that I do have a lighting report from MRC Engineering Incorporated. They did go out last year and monitor the actual lighting levels on the football field, in the parking lot, and at the north property line. If the council would like, I can summarize that. I do have copies of that. It came in today, so we have not handed that material out. But I think, if the council's pleasure for me to summarize that report, I can. But I'll come back to it, and maybe during the hearing you can take a look at it. I think the first page is probably the telling part of it, and it does go into a lot of detail about lighting and people's perception of lighting. But that was submitted as additional information by Desert Chapel. With regards to notification of the football season, under football programs, again, additional notification to the surrounding residential areas, so that people know what the schedule is and they at least know when are the scheduled nighttime football games. Relative The item number 14 has to do with an expanded call list, so key administrative personnel at Desert Chapel can be called if there are problems during an event, and that call list would go out to all of the surrounding properties as well as the city offices that might have to deal with this. On-site security, Desert Chapel has to provide on-site security was added, as well as that they're required to clear and secure all the parking lots, and the security guard needs to be on duty until 11 p.m. Or until they're cleared. Those are the key issues relative to football. Under general, there was again discussion about general maintenance activity. Added provisions regarding indoor and outdoor maintenance, because sometimes they do indoor maintenance, but the equipment is outdoors, carpet cleaning and things of that nature, and it's occurred at night, according to the neighbors, and talked about doing that during the daytime hours or off hours of the church, so that it's not a nighttime activity. The one item that was added, and I think there was a fair amount of discussion, as condition number 22, and it basically says that if the council so desires and approves the Planning Commission recommendation with whatever changes the council might like, that the approval for special events is a temporary one and expire July 31st, and that there be a public hearing on July 7th to see how Desert Chapel is doing. There are no scheduled events during that time frame, and I believe it was the intent of the group to see how the routine activities occurred, whether or not they followed all of the criteria when there are no events scheduled, have a council meeting to decide whether or not to proceed with football games in July. There was a discussion about extending that further for 6 months or a longer period of time, and I think the group said they'd prefer to have it in July. Most of the people at the table are locals and year-round residents, and they felt that July would be an appropriate time to have that review. But again, it's a little bit awkward because there won't be any football games or special events in that time period. 23 is a standard one. All the previous conditions would apply. If the council would like, I could go over the plans and refresh your memory as far as where the facilities are located. At the last public hearing, there was some question about churches and where they are in Palm Springs. We did an analysis of all the churches that we could locate and the ones that we're aware of. And there was some question about whether or not churches should be in residential zones. And I'll just report quickly that 67% of the churches in Palm Springs are located in multifamily or single-family residential zones. All 3 of our private schools that are affiliated with churches are located in residential zones, 2 in single-family residential zones, and 1 in a multifamily residential zone. And as I recall, all of our daycare facilities are located in residential zones. So we've had a strong history of having churches in residential areas next to residential churches or residential zones. That's not an unusual land use relationship in communities. And I just thought I'd let you know I do have an aerial photograph showing the location and zoning of all the churches if you'd like to look at that. Mr. Mayor, I will pass out during the hearing the correspondence I received regarding lighting, and if you'd like me to go over the plans, it's your pleasure. Otherwise, that completes my report.
Do we need to see the additional plans, or are there any questions on the staff report?
I have some questions
On the
staff report, yes. Mr. Evans, thank you for clarifying, but I think that we asked for something more than that with the list of the churches. We weren't, at least I wasn't questioning whether churches were in residential zones. I mean, I know they are.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the specific questions was how many of those churches that have schools have football fields?
At this point, we have one athletic field that accommodates football at Desert Chapel.
So there are no other churches with any athletics outside. Can you also answer then on, because all we had here was a list, could you give me an idea what the size of those schools are?
As far as the number of students and the like, we did not research that. It's not in our files. We would have had to contact
Okay,
each
because some of
school.
them I know are very, very teeny schools, and, with a minimal number of students, so,
Yeah.
that was more of what I was looking for
Yeah,
when those questions were asked.
If I could tell you, the private schools, St. Teresa's is a fairly large school. They're K through 8th grade, as I recall. They're pretty good size, but they don't have a large athletic field. And then Temple Isaiah, has, I believe, K through 6, if I recall, a relatively small facility that they operate, and they don't have athletic fields. Those are the three private schools located at church facilities.
And do any of them have event areas or have outside event areas that are part of the school? Or are they all self-contained?
They all use most of their property during the school period. They use parking areas for play areas, just as Desert Chapel does. I think if there's one thing that sets Desert Chapel apart, it's the fact that they are K through 12, and that they do have an athletic field that is capable of holding football games.
Okay. Then the other was a little bit of history that I wanted to know was the football field to begin with. How did it get there?
It was part of
Because I'm reading this 3 inches of paperwork that we got, and I didn't see anything in any of the plans that was a permitting of a football field.
It was approved back, I believe, it may have been a little bit prior to 1999. I'd have to double check. It was, I believe, 1999, November 1999. That's where we vacated the street and relocated the bike trail. They may have had a smaller athletic field at that time, but that's, I believe, when they put the one in that's capable of holding the football games. I could be wrong on the date, but it's about that time frame.
Okay, I couldn't find that. So was that prior to them building the field or after the field was established?
As far as the
approval.
The approval was granted before they built the athletic field. It came through the city council. It was a public hearing. And that approval specifically prohibited lighted activities on the football field, and that's why we're here tonight.
Okay. And then I was curious about the July date, because what was going to be monitored by the July date, since the football season doesn't start until when? September, October, whenever that comes?
When I read the staff report and talked to the staff members that were at the meeting, I asked the same question. Why would you monitor without events? And I honestly got the impression in talking to the staff member that the feeling from the group was, let's see if Desert Chapel can manage their regular and routine activities better, daytime and nighttime, not special events, but routine things such as maintenance of the property, the evening activities that they have where they have people, see if that's done better. And if it's done better and there's less disturbance, I think the idea from the group was, let's come back at July and take a look at whether or not the council would be comfortable allowing a football season to occur. So I think, there's been concerns about routine operations as well as special events. So I think it's a little bit of a test to see how they do. And it's also early enough that if they had to, they could probably reschedule the football season. It would be a challenge, but they probably could.
I think those were my questions on the staff report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Folt. And we will now open the public hearing. And the first person that I will call is Ralph Rea. Please come forward. Good evening. welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Ralph Ray. I'm a principal with MRC Engineering. We developed the lighting report that Doug is handing out to you now. And I'm here primarily to answer any questions that you might have, specific questions to that report. But as a little information about me for the two new council members, I served on the Planning Commission for 6 years. I've been in the city since 1990. And I work closely with the planning department in developing the current parking and lighting ordinances for the city. So I understand what the issues are, and the report basically addresses what our findings were. So I am here for any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I have two sets of cards here that want to speak in order. So I will take this group first, and I will call Diane Ross, followed by Tim Holmeyer, followed by Charles Diodosio. Good evening and welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. You have a report that we've prepared and distributed. My name is Diane Ross. I'm with the Deepwell Neighborhood Board, and everyone supports football and special events for the children at Desert Chapel. The only disagreement is the time and place for them. City Council should reject the application and send it back to the Planning Department to find an alternative solution because, number one, Deepwell and neighborhood communities have and will continue to experience unacceptable, disruptive levels of noise, lights, and traffic. Second, public policy will be served. Third, the precedent set, if the project is approved, will tie the city's hands in the future. 4, there is no need for a new field. 5, the city has been misled. And 6, the Planning Commission did not have all the facts to make an informed decision. At the last public hearing, City Council asked the Planning Department to meet with the representatives, as Mr. Evans has said, and we did. We advised them that Deepwell is not a mandatory homeowners association like Mesquite. Instead, it is a voluntary neighborhood organization with 180 paid members of 350 homes in Deepwell. Our bylaws, and I quote, "The group is organized for the purpose of acting on a broad range of issues that are important to maintain and improve the livability and quality of life within our neighborhood," unquote. We have heard many complaints about this project from our neighbors, except those connected with Desert Chapel. At the public hearing, 3 people from Deepwell spoke in favor of the project. One speaker mentioned his affiliation with Desert Chapel, but the other 2 didn't mention their children went to the school, nor that one of them had a family member who was working there. The neighborhoods around Desert Chapel have and will continue to experience unacceptable, disruptive levels of noise, lights, and traffic, and this can only be solved by moving football to an area that has been traditionally used for this purpose. At the January 21st meeting, Councilwoman Fote asked for the proper land usage. This project is about proper land usage. Changes to land usage should be made only in accordance with a master plan and not on a piecemeal basis. Cities have public spaces and residential spaces. Sporting events should be confined to public spaces that have been historically used for them, like Palm Springs High and similar parks, because this is what the public expects. When people buy next to stadiums, they expect to hear children playing out of doors. When they buy next to a church, they expect people to be inside praying. When someone like Desert Chapel wants to change this pattern, it disrupts the entire fabric of the city. Special events should be likewise held at venues like the Convention Center for similar reasons. Desert Chapel could also hold their events indoors at their basketball stadium rather than out of doors where they disturb the neighbors. The city attorney said this project would set a precedent for others under similar circumstances. We asked Attorney Dean Hansel to explain, and he said, I quote,
I'm going to ask you to pause for just a moment. Please be respectful to every speaker. You don't have to agree, but you will give respect. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. And I'm quoting from him. Right now, City Council has a bright line it can point to. There are no exceptions to the rule. In defending against other projects, they can say, we have never done anything like this in a residential neighborhood, and they have a very defensible position. Once they make an exception, that exception changes the burden from the applicant to the city to justify why that project is not different, unquote. This is a slippery slope, and it will be more difficult for the city in the future. The city will be cracking open a door that many others may be able to walk through. Recall when the city allowed just a few two-story homes to be built in Jasmine several years ago? We were told it was a minor exception that would go no further and not negate the city's long historical policy established by Ruth Hardy of single-story homes. Now we have a whole complex of two-story homes along 111, like those that belong in La Quinta. If City Council approves the project, none of our residential neighborhoods will be safe from disruptive levels of noise, lights, and traffic. It will spread throughout our residential neighborhoods, just as these two-story homes are now popping up around Palm Springs. Thank you.
And thank you. Tim, good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
You'll have
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
My name's Tim Holmeyer, 1387 Calle de Maria. I'm chairperson of the Deepwell Estates Neighborhood Organization. There is no need for a new field. At the January 21st hearing, Councilman Pugnier asked the Director of Planning whether alternative sites had been considered. Doug Evans said they looked at Palm Springs High School. He said it was easy enough to stripe the school, but there would be scheduling conflicts, and it was too difficult to bring in the temporary goalposts needed to shorten the field to 80 yards. Other available fields posed similar difficulties. He said Desert Chapel preferred a football field on campus like other high schools, and since 8-man football doesn't attract 1,500 kids like regular high school game, it would be a temporary minor inconvenience to the neighborhood. Councilman Pugnier next asked how many schools had lighted stadiums. Doug Evans didn't know the answer, and Desert Chapel never gave one. We contacted other schools in Southern California's 8-man football leagues. The records for verification are in Exhibit 1. We spoke to 20 coaches, and every single one of them said it is common for schools to play 8-man football in stadiums like Palm Springs High with no difficulty. Temporary goal posts are not brought in. Instead, one goal line is moved to the 20 for an 80-yard field, and only the goal post at the other end of the field is used. 2-point conversions are the most common, extra point kicks less so, and field goals are rare. But if a team facing the wrong direction wants to kick a field goal, officials simply measure and move the ball to the other end of the field. Pacific Christian in Los Angeles has played at public high school stadiums for the past 40 years without any problems, according to the principal. Last year, they played at Blair High School in Pasadena. If there is a scheduling conflict on Friday nights, we were told schools switch to Saturday nights. Desert Chapel had only 2 conflicts last year with Palm Springs High. Exhibit 2 is a comparison of the last season's schedule. Desert Chapel could also play Saturday afternoon like other teams in its leagues. Of the 6 teams in its league, the Metro League, only 1 school played all Friday night games, 2 played about half at night and half in the afternoon, and 2 schools played every game in the afternoon with minor exceptions. The 6th school didn't play last season. In Exhibit 3 are schedules for last season and average high temperatures for Palm Springs and other cities where the schools play. Mr. Evans said other fields in the city are available, but also pose difficult problems. The evidence is to the contrary. Some schools play on combined football and baseball fields without any difficulty. Sleeves are buried in the ground. Goalposts slide in and out and can be easily moved out of the way for other sports. One coach said some schools use goalposts that can be rolled out of the way. We found these on the internet. You can look at Exhibit 4. Mr. Evans said Desert Chapel wants a football field on campus like other high schools, but many private high schools don't have campus facilities. Instead, they play on modified fields like public high school stadiums. What Desert Chapel wants may be typical of some public high schools, but what they need is a modified field off campus like many other private high schools. Mr. Evans said the game would be a temporary minor inconvenience to the neighborhood because 8-man football doesn't attract 1,500 kids like a public high school game. We were told that because of the shorter field, 8-man football is a high-scoring, exciting game that is becoming very popular. One coach told us that Joshua Springs in Yucca Valley attracts 3,000 fans from neighboring communities. Some private schools have grown too big for 8-man football and are now switching to 11-man football, like Bakersfield Christian. Desert Chapel is requesting more classrooms because the school is rapidly growing. So the neighborhoods could end up hearing 3,000 cheering fans at 8-man football and eventually 11-man football, complete with a marching band at Desert Chapel. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening.
And welcome.
Thank you. The city has been misled. The evidence suggests the planning department either didn't do their homework or relied on Desert Chapel for answers, as they did when the councilman asked how many schools had lighted stadiums. Desert Chapel surely knew the answer, but they allowed city council to be misled, just as they misled the planning commission last September 10th. Look at the DVD of that meeting or see Exhibit 5. The Desert Chapel coach said they could not legally use Palm Springs High under CIF rules because if they shortened the field to 80 yards, they couldn't use both goalposts. Planning Commissioner Diane Morantz thought Desert Chapel could have an arrangement with Palm Springs High, but she said she now understood why they couldn't and voted for the project. We spoke to the California Interscholastic Federation for 8-man football. They told us that CIF rules do allow a school to shorten a field to 80 yards and use only one goalpost. The Planning Commission was misled, and this matter should be investigated by the city attorney. Desert Chapel has demonstrated a repeated pattern of misconduct. They agreed with the city not to play football games on campus, but went ahead anyway, agreed to comply with noise and lighting regulations, but haven't, staged a rock concert without city permits, and so on. The planning department seems to keep looking the other way or actively moving things along, and this raises serious questions as to exactly what is going on. At last Tuesday's planning meeting, Mesquite Country Club said they were told by the planning department that football games were going to happen at Desert Chapel. Giving no alternative, they discussed terms for the games but said they still opposed them. After that meeting, Mesquite Director Bloom said he didn't see why they couldn't play elsewhere. We understand Desert Chapel met with Mesquite afterwards. Last Friday, Mr. Bloom told me they would accept football because they had bigger problems than football to solve at Desert Chapel. He said Desert Chapel was going to build a golf cart bridge for them to solve their insurance problem. But Mesquite's newsletter this week states only that Desert Chapel is, quote, considering the new bridge. This raises a question. Did Mr. Bloom mean Desert Chapel was going to build the bridge in return for football on campus? The question is pertinent because we have heard unconfirmed reports that Desert Chapel told the owner of Ramon Trailer Park that they would pay for a wall he is required to build in return for his support for the project across the street. Sorry. Others supporting this project may also be withholding information needed to evaluate their support. As it appears, Desert Chapel will stop at no lengths to orchestrate a charade on the city, so please be advised. The Planning Department just released its 131-page report today and recommends approval of an entire package of classrooms, nursery, administrative buildings, and nighttime football. The staff report of last Tuesday's meeting says, quote, another position voiced at the meeting was that the approval of the application should be granted. They failed to mention that only Desert Chapel voiced that opinion. The staff recommends we monitor Desert Chapel's compliance over the next 6 months. This is a sham since no games or events are going to be held over the next 6 months. We just heard about some of the new conditions this evening. We didn't talk about them. There was no time to discuss classrooms, a nursery, and administrative buildings in the hour-long meeting last week. We have grave concerns about the city being misled on these two, knowing how badly it has been misled on football. Because of the pattern of misconduct by Desert Chapel and questionable conduct by the Planning Commission, this package should be rejected in its entirety until a new independent and unbiased planning director is found. Regarding the football and events area, the Planning Commission was clearly misled and did not have all the facts to make an informed recommendation, so this portion must be rejected and sent back to find alternative solutions. We have been asked to deliver over 325 letters from residents and communities surrounding Desert Chapel who are concerned about the noise, lights, and traffic. They are asking City Council to send this application back to the Planning Department to find a more suitable location for football and special events. These letters include over 170 from Deepwell, including letters from all board members but one. The rest of them are from Mesquite Country Club, Sunrise Villas, Sunshine Villas, Mesquite Canyon Estates, Mesquite Greens, and Talkett's Rivers. The folks in these communities were surprised and upset to learn of the project. They had never been notified, even though they live in close proximity of the noise and lights. This is not right. City Council cannot ignore them, as the Planning Department has been able to do so. Our city has a reputation of being business unfriendly because of the perceived abuses of the system under the previous administration. We urge City Council to act responsibly in order to restore trust back in the city's institutions. Please send this entire package, not just football and special events, back to a reorganized planning department under new leadership for a more rigorous review. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to call the next group of people. Don Schrader, followed by Don Parshall, Marsha Dowler, Gary Skinner, and Sean Wood, and Ted Jones. Good evening and welcome. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members and staff, my name is Don Schrader. My family and I have lived in Palm Springs for over 37 years, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of Desert Chapel. Our church was founded in Palm Springs in 1951, and we bought our original site on Sunrise Way in 1976. We had 120 members at that time, and our first service in the new building was in Easter of 1978. We established Desert Chapel Christian School 24 years ago in 1980, which was 6 years before Mesquite Country Club opened. In the intervening years, both the church and the school have continued to grow and prosper. It has always been our goal to be a positive, contributing part of the city and be a good neighbor to those around us. Our membership today consists of 3,558 families, and we have approximately 400 students in our school with a staff and faculty of 82. There is a large group of people here tonight in support of the school, and if you would permit it, I would like them to stand for a moment so you might recognize them. Thank you very much. Out of respect for the council's time tonight, however, we will have only 7 speakers in our formal reply. 6 will be part of our initial presentation, and the 7th will speak at the end of the proceedings this evening and will also be available to answer any questions that the council might have. Each speaker will address a different area of concern that was raised at the last council meeting by either a council member or an individual from the community. During the course of these ongoing discussions, we've had a considerable number of meetings at the request of the city. They include meetings with city staff, Mesquite Country Club Homeowners Association, contacts with the owners of Ramon Mobile Home Park directly across the street, and conversations with individual homeowners in the area. We also appeared twice in front of the Planning Commission, which resulted in a vote of 7-0 approving our request. All these meetings have been very productive and positive, reaching solutions that represented the input of all in attendance. At the last council meeting, a question was raised as to the nature of the 3 evening events which are sponsored by the church. The first is the Harvest Festival, which we have on Halloween night. The second is Christmas carols in the courtyard. And the third is left as an open date. And typically it is used for the children's Easter egg hunt, which we have after an evening service. Depending on the time on the calendar and the light activities and sunset, occasionally for the Easter egg hunt, we need to have additional lighting so the children have a safe area in which to do that. At the beginning of the week, at the direction of the mayor, we also had a meeting with a group of individuals who lived outside of the 400-foot notification zone, which is required by the city. I wish we could say that everyone in that meeting was also interested in reaching solutions, but that was not the case. You heard staff report earlier, and the meeting was unfortunately rather unproductive. Throughout our discussions with the city, we have been responsible as we can to the city's request with regard to specific issues and guidelines for outdoor events. It is the intent of our formal reply tonight to demonstrate our compliance with the accommodations the city has requested of us. And we have developed criteria for each of these issues for future events. We have also established strict internal guidelines for use by the church staff to mitigate the concerns that have been expressed. The speakers who follow in our presentation will address each of these issues in detail. They will also address each issue that was raised by the 9 individuals who spoke at the last council meeting in opposition to our request. In summary, we have made every possible effort to accommodate every request made by the city. And in return, we ask that the city grant us approval of our request tonight. We ask for your approval because we want to have the opportunity to demonstrate to the city and the community our ability to follow through on these commitments. It is our goal to continue to work with the city and the community, as we have done for over 50 years, in the most harmonious way possible, and be a good neighbor to those around us who are interested in open, positive discussions to resolve issues of mutual concern. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Don Parshaw, good evening.
Good
and
evening,
welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff individuals. My name is Don Parshall. I'm a resident of Palm Springs, and I am the principal of Desert Chapel High School. I would like to thank you for the opportunity tonight to address 2 questions that have been raised at the last meeting by either a council member or during the community testimony. The first issue had to do with the student body at Desert Chapel Schools. We are pleased to advise the council that Desert Chapel is a 100% local community-based school which does not discriminate based on race, color, national, or ethnic origin. Our students are comprised of families with denominational beliefs that represent, but are not limited to, the Catholic, Presbyterian, Episcopal, Foursquare, Community, Jewish, Baptist, and a number of families that have no church affiliation at all. The second issue I would like to address before the council has to do with the question raised concerning Desert Chapel's community involvement. Desert Chapel Church and schools have a number of seasonal, weekly, daily, and ongoing types of activities that directly impact our local community. I would like to take this opportunity to mention a few of those. Our seasonal activities include our Thanksgiving food boxes, where we fed over 76 families this year on Thanksgiving Day. We also have Christmas gift and food boxes, where we supplied gifts and food and Christmas dinners for over 105 families. Our harvest party in October, as you're well aware of, is one of our special activities. That is a safe alternative to Halloween, where we offer games and activities, food and treats for the kids. And those traditionally are attended by 1,500 to 2,000 individuals. And we are involved in the Christmas Light Parade downtown. We have summer vacation Bible schools. We have a summer daycare program. Our weekly activities include grief share programs for those who have lost a spouse or a close one. We have divorce recovery groups. We have a 12-step program to help individuals dealing with drug and alcohol abuse. We have financial and money management programs. We have classes available for blended families. We have a food in the park program. Every Wednesday, our church feeds the individuals at Sunrise Park, the homeless. We have food for them and clothing available. We have hospital and nursing and home visitation programs. We sponsor a booth at Street Fair on Thursday nights to assist individuals with spiritual needs and the questions they may have. Our daily and ongoing activities include an after-school daycare program, our needs assistance program, where we were able to help over 200 individuals last year with such items of gas, food, hotel, bus tickets, and et cetera, to meet their immediate needs. We also offer pre- and post-marital pastoral care for questions and guidance in marriage issues. We participate in the FIND program, where we currently are feeding 200 to 250 families a month. Our other areas of community service includes we have been sponsors for the community blood bank drive. We have been a polling place for the elections. Our youth group volunteers to serve food at Martha's Kitchen. This month alone, we'll be involved in Black History Month, where we're sponsoring a float in the Black History Month parade. As you can well understand, Desert Chapel has tremendous impact and concern regarding our neighbors and the local community at large. We welcome the opportunity to serve them better in the future, and believe that our church and school family will continue to have a positive effect on the quality of life in Palm Springs community. Thank you for your time in allowing us to address these concerns.
Marsha Dollar, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Marcia Dowler, and I have been a realtor in the Coachella Valley for 15 and a half years, conducting the majority of my business here in Palm Springs. I am here to address the real estate climate and property values, specifically the properties in Mesquite Country Club Phase 3. Palm Springs is a growing, vibrant community. Our entire valley is growing. Anything that is healthy grows. I can remember the 6 to 7 years in the 1990s, when Palm Springs was losing businesses and property owners had difficulty selling their properties. Many had to sell for much less than they anticipated and hoped to receive. Many others couldn't sell because they were upside down with their mortgages. Many others in financial difficulty ended up in foreclosure. Thank goodness those years have passed and our real estate market is booming in Palm Springs and throughout the Coachella Valley. The data I am about to provide is extracted from the Desert Area Multiple Listing Service, which is the source of real estate listings and sales information for all member real estate agents and brokers in the valley. The average property values for a 2-bedroom condo at Mesquite Country Club Phase 3 has risen approximately 27% in the last 3 years. The average days on the market for the past 3 years has been 36 days. Other phases of Mesquite Country Club are experiencing similar results. As you can see from these statistics, property in Phase 3 at Mesquite Country Club is selling quickly and for increased values. We are definitely in a robust real estate market, and projections from informed sources indicate it will continue at least through 2004 unless something unforeseen arises. Many people looking to buy property are interested in location of good schools and churches. It is evident that the location of Mesquite Country Club is a good one. Thank you for your time.
Good evening and welcome.
Council members and staff too. My name is Gary Skinner, and I have lived in Palm Springs for the past 25 years. As you recall, I appeared before you at the last meeting as an advocate for the youth. I have coached at Palm Springs High School for 33 years and 2 years at Desert Chapel. But tonight I'm going to be addressing 5 issues that came up at our last council meeting. The first issue is the question regarding the traffic light. The city required Desert Chapel to pay for a traffic study. Following the study, the city required the installation of the light. Desert Chapel was required to pay a significant share of the cost. Prior to the installation of this light, we paid for a police officer to help with the traffic flow. Secondly, we were asked about the changes to our master plan. Our master plan has changed basically for 2 reasons. The city changed its master plan, and secondly, we have evolved to meet the needs of the community around us. Now let me address the changes to the city's master plan. When we first purchased this property, Sunny Dunes ended at Sunrise. The city required us to give them the property as they planned to extend Sunny Dunes parallel to Ramon Road. After the city approved the golf course for Mesquite Country Club, they decided they did not need to extend Sunny Dunes across our property and did not want the financial responsibility of maintaining it. Thus, the city gave the property back to Desert Chapel. This, of course, triggered changes to our land use plans. We also have grown dramatically over the years in both services offered and community members served. The city of Palm Springs has grown, and so have the needs of its peoples. Growing to meet community needs has also triggered some changes to our master plan. Thirdly, the next issue on the road sign on Sunrise that says Desert Chapel. The city chose to install the sign without our input as a means of clarifying the changes that had taken place and was once marked as Sunny Dunes. The city apparently wanted to let people know that this was no longer a public thoroughfare. Fourthly, we were also asked about the Desert Chapel sign in front of our property. This sign is located on our property, is not in the city's right-of-way. This too was triggered by a change in the city's master plan. At one time, the city planned to continue the frontage road beginning at Ramon, going down Sunrise through our property. The city finally decided against this plan, and we were given the right-of-way back that the city once required. The change in the city's road strategy also triggered our land use plans. And fifthly, the last issue has to do with the land use. At the last meeting, questions were raised about the land use and school siting. The closest elementary school to Desert Chapel is Cahuilla, located at the corner of Mesquite and Palafiero. Cahuilla Elementary is surrounded on all sides by residential development. The closest high school to Desert Chapel is Palm Springs High. It is surrounded on 3 sides by residential development. And Raymond Cree Middle School, located on the corner of Estachino and Caballeros, is surrounded on 3 sides by residential housing. In reviewing the school district map of all the Coachella Valley schools, we find that they are all in residential areas. Planners design schools to meet the needs of neighborhoods and intentionally place schools in residential areas to meet local needs. Schools are not like factories that you place in industrial areas or on the fringe of the desert with limited access. Schools are intended to be a vibrant, contributing part of the community they serve. They are intentionally designed in specific locations in keeping with the city's general plan to ensure the quality of life. I thank you for your time and hope this clarifies those 5 issues.
Sean Wood, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I spoke with you before, and as I stated before, I live in Palm Springs in the Deepwell area and have been a resident of Palm Springs for over 50 years. I know I don't look like it, but I have been. I'd like to address 2 topics, security and lighting, that have been part of the Planning Commission report, and we would like to tell you how we plan on implementing the suggestions of the Planning Commission. With regard to security, Desert Chapel has a security guard on duty daily, and for special events, the guard will be on the property until 11 p.m. This person is hired at this point in time. There was an incident that was brought up by one of the presenters last week with regard to an after-hours event that involved some ropes that were attached to the multipurpose building. This we looked into, and this was a rock climbing supervised training event for our college-age adults. This went to approximately 10:15. The entire staff and Desert Chapel have been instructed to conclude activities by 10 o'clock. And typically indoor activities, but the property is to be cleared by 10 o'clock. And we just want to let you know we're tightening up that and letting the entire staff know. With regard to security cameras, there are 5 security cameras installed. There is 1 low-light camera facing the northeast parking lot. This is the area closest to Mesquite property. We have created the position of a community liaison. This person's cell phone number has been given to the city, it's been given to Mesquite Homeowners Association, and is available to any person that requests it. With regard to lighting, we have just had a quick glance at MRC's report, and in the conclusion part, there are four suggestions. Number 1 is to add glare shields to the lights, and Desert Chapel, if we haven't done it in the past, will comply to that. The number 2 is with regard to the height of the towers to be 30 feet. Desert Chapel has done that and will continue to comply. The angle of the lights to be angled in at the goal lines. Desert Chapel did that last year and will continue to do that. And number 4 is with regard to permanent taller lights, and this is something if the City Council wants us to look into, we will. The report states that the lighting system does not significantly increase the levels of light at the property line, but does increase the apparent levels of contrast or a glowing effect produced by the football field against a dark sky. This is a typical effect at every lighted field in the city. We will comply with the report's suggestions and aim all lighting towards the ground of the playing field and continue to turn off the lights immediately after the game or 10 p.m., whichever is earliest. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ted, Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Ted Jones, and I've lived in the desert since 1975. I recently retired from Palm Springs High School, where I taught chemistry and coached football and golf. One of the items I've been asked to address were the concerts that were held at Desert Chapel, and the first thing I'd like to say is that Desert Chapel has never officially sponsored a concert. The one concert that was held at Desert Chapel was sponsored by a private party. The event was originally supposed to be held at Angel Stadium, but because of a reseating issue, they came to us and asked if they could hold it at our site. They had told us that they had cleared everything with the city, with the police and fire department. Unfortunately, we found out that was not true until after the event was over, and again, we take full responsibility for that error. We apologize for our mistake, and we promise that events like that will not happen again at our site. Another concert that was mentioned by another member was at last Easter was actually held at Palm Springs High School, not at Desert Chapel. And again, Desert Chapel had no affiliation with that particular event. Another item of concern was the football games, which I've been asked to address. In response to the community discussions and discussions with the city staff, Desert Chapel did modify this year its organization and operation of our home games. Well, some of the things that we did include that we started the games at 7 instead of 7:30, so that we could comply with the 10 o'clock deadline that we were given to get the lights off and get the people out. Another thing that we had done is we asked the fans to enter a gate rather than the north gate, which is near the Mesquite property. We changed and add them on the west, which is by our parking lot and faces Sunrise, to keep the noise down for those folks in the Mesquite area. At the same time, the parking lot, the northeast parking lot, again near the Mesquite properties, we roped off and didn't allow anybody to park there so that we could keep the traffic and the noise down for those folks. We feel that during the last football season, we tried very hard and did comply to the rules that were established by the Planning Commission and the requests of the community at that time. Next year's football season was also brought up, and it has already been set. We are hoping that we will have 5 regular home season games. If we are successful, which obviously all football teams hope they're very successful, and also if we win a few coin tosses, there could be up to an additional 4 home games in the postseason play if you keep advancing. We have asked that the City Council grant us 10 dates, and the reason we ask for 10, which is one more than necessary, is because we want to make sure and take care of any uncontrollable circumstances, such as the fires that occurred last year in San Bernardino and Big Bear, in which those high schools had to do a lot of scheduling changes. Being an ex-teacher at Palm Springs and having a daughter who graduated from Palm Springs High School, I am well aware of the need that we need to provide activities for our youth in Palm Springs. Football games provide a safe environment for students and parents on a Friday night. As to alternate places to have our contests, we contacted Vicki Oltrin at Demuth Park, and she told us that it would not be possible for us to have our football games there. We also contacted Angel Stadium, and as it was previously mentioned, there are conflicts there, and they would not be able to help us with football games. Palm Springs High School last year actually had 15 home football games. When Cathedral City High School was built and Desert Hot Springs High School was built, one of their requirements was that they immediately wanted their own football field because they also felt that they could not schedule their home games with Palm Springs because of the conflict issues that would occur there. Finally, I'd like to address noise. One of the comments made was that Desert Chapel announcements are being heard over our PA system. I would like to say that, first of all, Desert Chapel does not have a PA system, and that also we don't have a daily bulletin that we read to our students. My guess is that what people might be hearing are the announcements at either Palm Springs High School or Cahuilla Elementary. We have purchased an apparatus which will measure the decibel sounds for noise, and we took readings. We set up our portable PA system. We took readings at the 4 corners of our property and decided that those readings comply with the noise ordinances presented by the city code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, that's the extent of our synchronized cards. And I have another stack here. Okay. Peter Intravatolo, if you please come forward, you will have 5 minutes. Followed by Steve Rossell. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council persons. My name is Peter Intravartolo, and I live at 1425 East Sunny Dunes Road. And I would like to share some information with you about the proposed variance. I'd like to share some information on this proposed variance and my subsequent conclusions about it. I attended the February 10th meeting with representatives of Desert Chapel, the Mesquite Country Club Homeowners Association, and Deepwell Neighborhood Organization. I was asked to attend this meeting to gather information on the proposal and to report back to the Tahquitz River Estates neighborhood meeting on February 12th. This, my partner and I did. The information I heard from the neighborhood groups and the chapel representatives at the February 10th meeting highlighted the fact that Desert Chapel has a credibility problem with the surrounding neighborhoods. Let me explain. In 1999, Mesquite Country Club representatives said they were assured that the chapel had no intention to hold night football games. Yet, in the fall of 2002, the chapel initiated night football games without city approval or notification to the neighborhoods. Having been granted an interim permit by the city for night football games in 2003, the chapel and the neighborhoods worked out conditions of approval to conduct night events. However, in the 3 months at the close of 2003, the chapel had 3 night events which did not conform to these negotiated standards. The chapel responses to the complaints by the residents for these incidents were no one was climbing the building and traversing on wires, which we now know is not true. They did do that. And come join us for the amplified sing-along Christmas event rather than toning it down. What penalties or fines have been levied for these condition violations? None that I've heard. What is the likelihood of such things continuing? My belief, highly likely. When asked at the February 10th meeting when the chapel planned on holding other special events for soccer, field hockey, baseball, softball, or a marching band for both girls and boys, the chapel representatives said our meeting was to discuss night football games and 3 special events, a stonewall response to the question. I'm not opposed to athletic programs for chapel students. I went to private religious schools for 16 years, and my schools never had their own fields, and sometimes they didn't even have their own field houses, so we had to schedule our games at public areas. Events were scheduled at public facilities, and as Doug Evans said at the January 21st council meeting, the chapel could do this also with difficulty. I believe such an option would satisfy chapel students, neighborhood residents, and preclude setting precedents for other private schools' events. The neighborhoods at the February 10th meeting clearly did not want night events on campus. The neighborhoods have already given much to Desert Chapel, especially in the area of weekend and Sunday traffic. If you take a look at the reports from the traffic studies of November 17, 1999, you'll see that the report was 1,100 trips weekdays because of the school expansion and 1,000 vehicle trips on Sunday mornings. It is now time for the chapel to prove they are a good neighbor for all of us who live around them. And more importantly, to overcome their credibility gap by having their actions support their promises. I'd like to give the council another observation. and this from dealing with chapel proposals and members of the Planning Commission. I myself have heard from one commission member, and 2 other neighborhood residents have also confirmed the following impression. Proposals concerning the chapel and approved by the Planning Commission are done deals. Quote, neighborhoods better get on board because the chapel would do a lot worse by you. If this is the case, why even solicit neighborhood input on any of these proposals? Thank you very much for the opportunity to express my concerns.
Thank you. Steve Russell. Followed by Judy Fraley.
My
Good
name
evening.
is Steve Rossell.
You have 5
and-
minutes.
Thank you. I'm a homeowner on Sunny Dunes Road. I was asked by the Tahquitz River Estates Neighborhood Group to attend the February 10th meeting with representatives of the Desert Chapel, Deepwell Neighborhood, and Mesquite Country Club HOA. As you know, the meeting resulted in people from the neighborhoods agreeing that ultimately we did not want evening football played on the Desert Chapel campus. 5 years ago, the Desert Chapel promised the Mesquite HOA that there would be no evening football games held on the campus. And then, a couple of years ago, in 2002, the chapel began evening football games without first applying for a zoning variance. It seems to me that the administration of an institution should know the zoning laws as they apply to that institution, particularly in the case of the Desert Chapel, as they have a history of very close political connections with city government, and in light of all the expansion and growth of the campus, and that their architect is a member of the city council, I find it very difficult to think the administration did not know the zoning laws. One of the purposes of zoning laws is to protect neighborhoods from certain types of buildings and events. The land that the Desert Chapel campus is on was originally zoned R1 single-family residential. I do not understand why then, when it was reported to the city council that the chapel was in violation of the zoning laws by playing evening football, they were issued an interim permit rather than a fine. With the interim permit in place, the Mesquite HOA worked with the chapel on conditions to minimize the impact of the football and special events on the neighborhood. The chapel has violated those conditions 3 times in 3 months, and still nothing has been done. And in closing, I would also like to note that at the December 17th Planning Commission meeting on another Desert Chapel issue, my partner Peter and I were told by Commissioner Conrad, just accept it, they could do a whole lot worse. And a few days later, one of our neighbors ran into a planning commissioner who told her it's a done deal. Thank you.
Judy, you here?
Yes.
Good evening and welcome.
Welcome.
Followed by Carlene Grummett. You have 5 minutes.
I'm here to read a letter from someone who is unable to attend. Andre Margot Gers Melber, who lives in Phase 3 of Mesquite Country Club. We are property owners at 2001 East Camino Porocelo, our condominium being adjacent to Camino Porocelo and perhaps furthest away from the Desert Chapel. We hereby strongly object to the proposed expansion by the Desert Chapel for the following reasons. Games, concerts, and ball games being held on the grounds of the chapel near our residential compound are causing noise and light pollution that make life in our unit next to unbearable. High decibel levels coupled with the relentless spillover originating from broad beam illumination of the planned special events area most definitely will prevent us from enjoying the outdoors and/or our deck. And I'm going to just read excerpts from this in brevity. My wife was told by a game official to whom she had complained in October 2002 that the special events area, quote, is for our children. They need to have fun. My wife replied that she is a teacher and mother herself, understanding children very well, but that we adults deserve consideration too, adding that the adverse impact on an entire neighborhood brought about by excessive noise and lighting spillover associated with large-scale sports activities and outdoor concerts at the Desert Chapel is simply unacceptable. Therefore, it is respectfully requested that the Planning Commission and the Honorable Mayor's Council do not approve the proposed expansion project of the Desert Chapel. An approval of the current application by Desert Church would mean a denial of the adjacent property owner's right to a peaceful and relaxed life on the grounds of their property, and if this were not bad enough in and of itself, it would also, more likely than not, erode the market value of their real estate. As an alternative to what the Desert Chapel is planning to do, we suggest it rent existing facilities for their sports events and similar functions so that the children can still enjoy their extracurricular activities. With best regards, Andre and Margot Gersmelber. Thank you.
Thank you. Carleen? Good evening and welcome, followed by Roger Grummett. Good evening.
Good evening. I own and live in a unit in Mesquite Small, Phase 3. My residence is just steps from Desert Chapel, and I'm directly impacted by the noise and lighting generated at Desert Chapel. I believe at its very essence, the focus of discussion here centers on proper land use and whether allowing a special events field and football in the midst of a quiet residential area is proper use of land. With that in mind, I most earnestly and respectfully request the city revisit Desert Chapel's application for revisions to its master plan as it relates to football and expanded special events by considering the following. 1, that Desert Chapel act in good faith by coordinating their schedule with Palm Springs High School or another approved venue, at least for evening games. This is doable, and in fact is done so by other schools on a regular basis. 2, that the special events area to be located against the fence abutting our properties be reconsidered, and that instead Desert Chapel holds special events inside the building they originally erected for those purposes so as not to impact their neighbors. And 3, that you consider what precedent the City of Palm Springs sets by locating football and a proposed expanded special events area in an existing quiet neighborhood. I'd also like to read briefly for someone who couldn't be here. His name is Bob Aiken. He resides in Phase 3 of Mesquite. And he says, I am one of the closest neighbors to Desert Chapel School. I am writing to object to your approval of nighttime football games. Also, if there is any way you can encourage or see to it that the children's play area can be relocated elsewhere in school property, I would be most appreciative. Currently, it is located immediately across from my bedroom and living room, forcing me to keep my windows closed throughout the day and preventing me from enjoying my outdoor patio. I am not opposed to children or to schools. However, after living next to Desert Chapel for over 1 year now, I feel that they are unwilling to address their noise issues that are often out of control. Perhaps the school can be required to employ a 24-hour security guard that can monitor and enforce excessive noise. I feel existing problems with the school must be addressed and resolved before any approval is given for your expansion. And that's signed by Bob Aiken. And I'd also like to just say one more thing, that I am a mother and a grandmother of children and grandchildren who play sports, and I have no problem with children playing sports. I think that there are just other issues involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger, good evening and welcome, followed by Arthur McMillan.
Thank you. My name is Roger Grummett, and it might come as no surprise, but I live with the lady that was just talking in the same unit. When we bought that unit 8 years ago, we liked the idea of hearing the children in the playground, and to this day still do. And I have, as my wife mentioned, we have 2 grown children and 3 grandchildren. And we all played sports, and the kids now are playing football. And I'm not opposed to football, but I'm opposed to establish an athletic or general purpose field in the residential neighborhood. I have no problems with the church or the related school-time activities. There are other venues available at Desert Chapel, and I think Ms. Vogt brought that out earlier. Therefore, I ask that the council consider the residents in the surrounding area when considering retroactive approval of the football field. I have one other comment. I spent the afternoon down here at the planning department one day going through the 2 files that were for the conditional use permit. I went through file number 1 and the young man who the planner on duty got me file number 2. And I went through that and I asked him to help me. We both went through that file. We found nothing dealing with a football field at Desert Chapel. So I don't know what you're looking at, but I didn't find anything. I also have another letter here from Robert and Dorothea Palethorpe. I won't read it, but I'd like to submit it. It's been submitted to you already. But they're my neighbor, and they are also concerned with the activities going on at Desert Chapel. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Arthur McMillan, please come forward. You'll have 5 minutes. Good evening and welcome.
Couple of comments before my planned speech. Ms. Fote, you asked Mr. Evans if there was a permit for a football field at Desert Chapel. In August 2003, I attended the Planning Commission meetings on the revision to the master plan. Commissioner Matthews specifically stated that he was on the Planning Commission back in 1999. He remembered that a playing field, a daytime playing field, was approved for Desert Chapel, and they were not to use that field in the evening for football, and that is why, despite their request, they were denied putting permanent lighting on that field because it was only supposed to remain a daytime play field, not a football field. On the February 10th meetings with the communities that we just had, the lighting expert, Mr. Rea, that spoke earlier tonight, he was questions about the lighting that's being used there during the football games. He stated they are professional stadium lights. They are not lights that are normally approved for residential areas. Now for my speech that I planned, I am a 15-year full-time resident of Mesquite Country Club, Phase 3. I, too, am opposed to the City Council approving football at Desert Chapel. I am opposed to football because the Palm Springs Planning Commission did not allow our HOA the option of not having football, only conditions to accept it. This was not a fair process from the get-go. I am opposed to football because Desert Chapel has never once willingly made a sincere attempt to work with nearby homeowners' concerns, despite their promises to do so. They have only addressed concerns when threatened with legal action. I am opposed to football because I don't want to be forced to live with stadium lights in my backyard and shining through my home. I am opposed to football because I have enough common sense to realize that despite any proposed conditions of approval, a football game will mean a couple of hundred fans screaming as loud as they can for several hours during the night outside my home. I am opposed to being assured by the Planning Commission that violations will be dealt with if approval is given for football. My own past personal experience the past 2 years has been that if you contact the Planning Commission about violations, you are given false assurances that action will be taken. It has also been my experience that if you contact the police department to respond to Desert Chapel violations, that no one responds. Someone in the upper ranks obviously has instructed the force to not respond to complaints. Even if I phone the city preservation officer for that area, whose name is Carol, to respond to Desert Chapel violations, she states she has been instructed by Doug Evans to not take any enforcement action and is told to advise anyone complaining about Desert Chapel that Doug Evans is working on it. And round we go, leaving the surrounding neighbors in the community totally helpless with literally nowhere to turn for enforcement. I am opposed to football because if this passes, the surrounding homeowners are going to be the losers. And this is just not fair. Whereas if the master plan revision does not pass, there are no losers. The homeowners have their peace and quiet back, and Desert Chapel will still play football, but at some other proper location other than in homeowners' backyards. I am opposed to the City Council putting so much weight on the opinion of the Mesquite Board of Directors regarding this subject, since not one of the 5 board members reside in the afflicted area. 3 of 5 board members reside east of Farrell in other phases of Mesquite. The other 2 live at Farrell. Not one board member resides in Phase 3, the phase closest to the chapel. Our HOA board consists of 5 individuals. The number of Mesquite homeowners opposed to football substantially far exceeds that number. Our HOA does not deny that they are aware a substantial number of homeowners oppose football at Desert Chapel. And lastly, I am not opposed to children or children playing football. As a matter of fact, I care enough about children that it saddens me to know that Desert Chapel leaders continue to send the message to their students that a game of football should be more important than getting along with your fellow neighbors and citizens of this community and respecting their right to live in peace and quiet in their own homes. Thank you.
Barbara McKenna, followed by Stan Henry. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Oden. And I'd like to also say hello to the other council members. I might, I don't want to rehash everything that's been said here tonight. There's been plenty said about the football games. I might just give you some of my own observations because I bought a condo in Mesquite Country Club Phase 3 in the Q Building, which is one street back of where Arthur lives. And I'm very close to the area that is affected by the noise that now accompanies what I would call special events. When I moved in 1998, I knew that Desert Chapel was there. It was a church. It was quiet. And I also bought plants at the big nursery that was right there where they have now expanded and bought out that nursery. Of course, it was a nursery jungle anyway. And everybody that's been there remembers that. But I would want to say that, again, I always thought of them as very wonderful neighbors because once upon a time they let me even park my motorhome in their parking lot. And we went over into the church and asked some official, and they said that was fine. That was all well and good, until I could find some place to store it permanently. But I wanted you to know that that was in 1998. Things have changed, and I also have 4 sons, and I have 5 grandchildren. And I also had been a college instructor for many years. And I'm concerned about the expansion, which everyone else is concerned about. And I've also heard some comments tonight about are there permits for this, for the proper use of this facility in this designated area. I don't know the background, but I do notice that times have changed. The school has expanded. That's not all that bad, but the noise has also increased. I had a guest just in I think the 3rd week of January, and there was a big sound truck over there in the parking lot area, and this guest has visited me 3 times. She's been a friend of mine for a long time. I taught with her. She noticed we had to go out and we had to close the patio doors because of the noise. And so we went inside and discussed this situation. And I said, well, it's changed. And she said, well, what has changed? And I just explained to her the situation. Everybody's rehashed this 1,000 times. The one thing that I might remind you of is the real estate agent that stood up here and mentioned how the property values have gone up. If I were to sell my unit, I would probably make sure that I did not bring people in to my unit on an event day, because I would think that that would be a particular problem to me if I were trying to think of selling my unit. Ron Novi, who used to be the president of the Mesquite Homeowners Association, lived right across the street from me. He was very close to the action, which is the L building, which is the closest to the Desert Chapel area. He and I discussed the noise level once upon a time when we were in the hot tub, and he used to say that he would always come out late at night. No.
You said it.
I know. No, there was. There were other people in the hot tub besides the two of us, but we were discussing the increase in the noise, and he said that he would always come out late at night to the hot tub because he did not want to be bothered by the noise during the day. Oh, there I am.
No, I'll give you a few extra moments because I took a couple of.
You took a moment. Well, I think that, as I say, I would be very happy to in any way assist the Desert Chapel in looking at the Palm Springs field. The one thing that really that I really questioned was the fact that here, within almost what is it? It's hardly even 2 blocks. You have another football field, and so I do see that might be something that could be worked out with regard to the location of the games. I'm all for the young people, but I'm just, it's the noise and it's called Not in My Backyard.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank
and
you
thank
so
you
much.
for that moment of levity. Stan Henry. Jay or Joy?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening and welcome.
I'm not part of the planned or synchronized comments that are made, but I do feel compelled to give you some comments of my own. As you know, Desert Chapel isn't just been a church, it's been a school. And I've got a daughter that attended there 20 years ago. This is not a new issue. Desert Chapel School did not just start. It's been there for a long, long time, as you've heard. I want to tell you currently, I have a son, a nephew, and a niece that also go to Desert Chapel currently. And next year I'll have another son that goes to chapel. So as you can see, I'm starting over and going to the same place. You know, Desert Chapel is not asking for anything that is any different than what you provide to the local schools in the public school system here. Palm Springs High School has a stadium. All of your elementary schools are in residential areas. All of your intermediate schools are in residential areas. Every one of them have events that happen not only in the daytime, but at nighttime. And Mr. Mayor, you and I were at one just a couple of weeks ago that started at 6 o'clock in the morning with amplified sound. It was a very good thing for the city. It was a very good thing for the community. Desert Chapel is doing the same thing. I do have some expertise and I have some knowledge about the 6 things that were talked about, that Mr. Evans talked about. School activities, number 1. You have no different problems with school activities at Desert Chapel than you have at any of the other schools that you have in the area. You have traffic problems every morning at every one of your elementary schools, every one of your intermediate schools, and at the high school. Expansion plans. Every one of your schools over the last several years have gone through some sort of an expansion, either by rebuilding buildings, by rebuilding the schools, or by adding temporary buildings to every one of those facilities. And that has nothing to do with the schools itself. It has to do with this community and the growth that this community is experiencing and this whole valley is experiencing. Special events. This city is known for special events. Every Thursday, you close a major street for a special event. You hold special events on just about every holiday in this city. You close major streets for special events, for parades that go on year-round. You have concerts year-round. And all of those special events, not only do they disrupt the communities around them, disrupt the traffic that goes on, it costs the city in services. Desert Chapel is not asking for any cost or expense to the city for the services for their special events. they deal with them themselves. Drop-off areas, I think that has to do with the school activities that go on. Security. I don't know of too many times that the police department has been called for security issues at Desert Chapel. There are enough people that work at Desert Chapel, that go to Desert Chapel, that assist in the activities at Desert Chapel to handle those events and those issues themselves. I've been there several times and have handled some incidents myself instead of having to rely on the services of your city, which is a cost to the city. Again, Desert Chapel is not asking for anything more than what you provide to other schools in the area. Every year, you close streets for a homecoming parade for your high school. We're looking for and we're asking for the same thing that the schools ask for, and that is an identity. Palm Springs has an identity. Palm Springs High School has an identity. They hold their events at their school because they want that identity. Go to Cathedral City High School. Go to a football game in Cathedral City. And what do you enter when you go to their stadium? You enter the jungle. That is their identity. Desert Chapel is looking for the same identity. And for those that at Mesquite and others that haven't been around here for some time, and I'm not sure if you can remember, but I think Mr. Oden, you can. There used to be a driving range there, and they were complaining about golf balls, not noise from kids. Thank you.
Joy Ellington, followed by Brian Tuggle. Joy Ellington.
She might be in the other room.
Joy Ellington, would we please check the other room?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
after these two folks, could we take a short break?
Well, we
After
can,
these
want to
two.
do it now?
Mine's really short.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I just wanted to say I have nothing prepared, and this is just straight from my heart, but I live 1 block from Desert Chapel, and I don't have any offense, take any offense at the sounds that I hear coming from any part of their campus. I hear very little to begin with if I'm inside. Only if I'm out with all the windows open in the summer I might hear something. But I don't take any offense to it at all. And I just wanted you to know that as the other side of neighbors that have been complaining, that I am a neighbor a block away, and I have no complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a break at this time, and we will come back. I have a few more cards, and hopefully we'll get through the hearing portion. going to call this meeting back to order, and I have a few more cards here. The first one is Brian Tuggle, followed by Rita Ernst. Please come forward at this time. You will have 5 minutes. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. I sit here in, standing now, but I sit here in utter amazement to listen to some of the conjecture. When did schools, playgrounds, football, and churches become a bad thing? When did having activities that are wholesome and healthy become a bad activity rather than some of the problems the city is facing? Rather than give it to overstressed public facilities, which is some of the suggestions that are strapped right now and can't seem to hold the students that they have and the activities that they have, they want to burden the high school more. Part of the ridiculous redundancy that I heard was the high school is only 2 blocks from Desert Chapel. Well, with approximately 8 more games held in the evening of football, plus the junior varsity games in the evening preceding that on Fridays, I am amazed that they would not be burdened or bothered by the Palm Springs High School. I'm amazed that all of the activities that go on there, from the film festival to band concerts to all of these other kinds of activities, aren't a bother to the people that are talking. I think there's an agenda here that goes beyond lights for 5 or 6 times for, pardon me? An agenda that goes on far beyond bothersome of 5 or 6 or 7 times of lights being on a field or an expansion of business. Every school that is in the valley is expanding, and we have gigantic problems with that. We have gigantic problems with building and revamping, and Desert Chapel is simply trying to do the same thing that Palm Springs High School is, Kauai, all of the other schools in the whole area, and I don't hear any complaints about that. I lived here 23 years. I live near Demuth, Desert Chapel, and Palm Springs High School. Demuth's lights are on all the time now, and you know what? That's a good thing. That's a good thing because it's an expanded program for the kids. The high school is more active than it was. Desert Chapel is more active than it was. And I really don't think, I think the burden here is the onus seems to be on Desert Chapel rather than a clear-cut, even playing field with the rest of the facilities, with the rest of the like-type schools and organizations. And it's kind of mystifies me of why that would be. And also, it bothers me about the allegations or innuendos of impropriety by the police department, the planning commission, and all those types of people. They're honorable people as far as I know, and I've never, I'm just amazed that that goes on and isn't challenged, that they would deem their conscience and their jobs because there's an in type of thing. Anyway, that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Rita Ernst. Rita, are you present?
There is no one in the other room.
Okay. Then Roxy Lee for Elkie Jast. Good evening and welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm a volunteer reading this for Elkie Jast, and she's in Phase 3 of Mesquite. Dear council members, I'm writing to request that the council not approve an amendment to Plan Development District 59 for the following reasons. I object to evening football at Desert Chapel since it interferes with the peace and quiet of our neighborhood. There is no way the school can hold a quiet football game, whether they have restrictions on the night games or not. The school must abide by the original master plan concerning evening lighting. The light towers used for evening football and special events force the neighbors to have to close our blinds because of the light being so bright. The school must be more sensitive to their neighbors and relocate the student morning drop-off and play area to another location on their property that is not so close to our homes. I object to the new special events area being located so close to our homes. This will only add to the existing noise and light problems. There must be another area on the school grounds where this can be located. The school must be required to hire a 24-hour employee to enforce compliance with the school regarding nighttime noise, since their record shows they are not willing or capable of being responsible for what occurs on their property. Sincerely, Elke Jost. Q119 of Phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Randall Guy, followed by Fred Lovano. Good evening. Welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Randall Guy. I'm the owner of Ramon Mobile Home Park, a 260 space community located on the corner of Ramon and Sunrise. I was present and spoke briefly at last month's City Council meeting regarding this matter and Desert Chapel's commercial and residential development proposal. Coming into last month's meeting, I felt like I had walked into a hornet's nest. I was stunned by the level of animosity that some folks showed towards Desert Chapel's proposal to host a few evening football games at its local high school stadium. It was alleged earlier that I'm supporting this proposal because in exchange, Desert Chapel agreed to build some perimeter walls around Ramon Park. I can only wish I had that much control over events. The fact of the matter is this requirement was mandated early on by the planning department. The walls were going to be a reality whether I supported Desert Chapel's proposals or not. I'm a relative newcomer to this neighborhood, having purchased Ramon Park about 2.5 years ago. Maybe I'm not entirely up to speed on past points of contention between Desert Chapel and some of its neighbors. However, one thing I can say without any doubt is that since the 1930s, when Ramon Park was developed, this has been a diversified and mixed community. It has never simply been a residential neighborhood, nor has it been just a commercial area. No one at Ramon Park has complained to myself or my managers about noise coming from Desert Chapel Stadium. I believe that this is an important point since the population of Ramon Park, no less than 300 people, would put it on par with many of the other local neighborhoods. For what it's worth, I'd like to mention also that I'm not a member of Desert Chapel. I do, however, see the benefit of giving the local students a place to host the home team for 5 games scheduled for the 2004 season and beyond. This is a truly wonderful corner of Palm Springs and has always benefited by its diversity, and it will continue to do so with the City Council's approval of this proposal. Thank you.
Good evening, Fred.
Fred Lovano.
Okay, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, and staff. My wife and I own a condominium there in Mesquite Country Club Phase 3, Unit J69. We would like to request that the City Council deny this and any other future amendments requested by the Desert Chapel to the master plan. We say enough is enough. We've patiently stood by and watched as the council and the Department of Planning and Zoning approved modification upon modification requested by Desert Chapel during the past few years. to the point where it has severely degraded our way of life and style of living in Mesquite condominiums. We've not complained in the past, but can no longer refrain from doing so. The noise factors have gotten so bad that during the day, all we hear is obviously noise from the school, and during the evenings, the night football games that have already been playing at night and oftentimes have lasted beyond 11 o'clock in violation of the current master plan. The noise factor has already caused several or numerous neighbors to sell their condos and move out because of the planned football issues. We purchased our condominium in Mesquite well over 12 years ago, so we could have a place to unwind, enjoy the serenity of Palm Springs, and enjoy the desert way of life. Until the Desert Chapel began its expansions, we've been able to enjoy the peace and quiet we were looking for, providing us an avenue to unwind and reflect on the beauty of the Palm Springs area. Our peaceful and serene way of life today is being threatened by the ever-changing environment, being caused by modifications to the master plan, being requested by Desert Chapel for the football field, and the contributing noise factors that result from these modifications. We respectfully request that the Palm Springs City Council vote against approval for this issue. And I think the real issue and the only or main issue is not really the school and the surrounding factors that the Desert Chapel contributes to, because they do a quality job for the community. The main issue is the noise factor and the light issues associated with football stadium and the disturbances for the community around us. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last card, Jim Dowler. Good evening and welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members and staff. I won't take 5 minutes. I won't even take 1 minute. I just want to make an observation. I am the spotter for the Palm Springs High School tribe, the Indian tribe. I've been sitting up in the box for the last 4 or 5 years with Mike Brill. We lobbied hard to get a new PA system. We finally got it. Something that I keep hearing all night is phase 3, phase 3, phase 3, phase 3. And I understand why. It's very close to the church. But here's something that hasn't been brought out. Immediately south of Palm Springs High School Stadium is phase 1. Big lights, bright lights, up high, permanent, very loud PA system, bands, competitions, all kinds of noise. Where's phase 1? I mean, why aren't they here complaining about the noise from Palm Springs High School? I don't quite understand that. But it's obvious if you look at a map. Yeah, there's a little, 3 is closer to Desert Chapel's football field than 1 is to Palm Springs High's football field. But the lights are much higher, and the sound is much higher, and the number of events is much higher at Palm Springs High School. And if you take 10 events and throw them over there, in addition to what they already have, which was alluded to earlier by one of the other gentlemen, you're going to have all kinds of noise and lights and traffic coming out of Palm Springs High School, which is immediately north of phase 1 at Mesquite Country Club.
Now, I've exhausted the cards. But if there's anyone else who would like to speak in the public hearing, then please come forward at this time. I'm going to ask that you would line up so we'll know how many people. I see 3 people. Are there any others? Please, anyone who desires to speak, please line up now. If we could get cards to all the people who are in line, please, and that would be helpful for me so that we don't have to keep extending. Yes. Now, anyone who doesn't receive a card at this time will not have an opportunity to speak in the public hearing. These will be the last of our comments. And if something has already been said, please don't restate that was said in the interest of time for everyone. Good evening and welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Mayor, City Council, staff, my name is Matilda Jones, and I'm on the board of the Deepwell Neighborhood Association. I'm opposed to any football games at the Desert Chapel, simply because the noise and lights that will impose in our neighborhood. An amazing story was told to me the other night. This person was arrested for protesting and blowing a whistle in front of Mary Bono's office. A constitutional right, if I might say, and it's called freedom of speech. It seems that blowing the whistle was the problem, and this man was arrested. Do you know how many times the whistle is blown in a football game? Now, this person was arrested for blowing the whistle, protesting, which is our constitutional right, because it was too much noise and it was offended to some commercial owners, okay? I am not happy about this incident, and I can assure you that you will hear from me again, and I already talked to the chief, and we will discuss this incident further. I will be terribly unhappy if you approve this football field. My concern is also that today is a football game, tomorrow a rock concert, and then every day will be something else. In the 24 years I lived in Deepwell, this facility has grown from a quiet community church to a mega worship and educational center. This is a residential area. I'm sure you will hear many people today that are in favor of this football field, but they don't live there. I do. Thank you.
Good evening. Please give your name to the clerk and welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Ken Husky, I live in Deepwell, and I live at on Palomino. You've seen me before, probably tired of seeing me. I'm sure sick of seeing you. I'd like to get this thing done. I haven't changed my position. I'm still pro-youth, pro-football, pro-Cahuilla, pro-Palm Springs High School, pro-Desert Chapel. And I do have a couple of issues I do want to touch on tonight. One of them is I've gone to all the Planning Commission meetings. I testified before you in this chamber before, filled out my card, gave you my phone number. Yet when you came to my community to hold a meeting for folks who have a concern about this event, nobody bothered to notice me. Nobody bothered to call me. They corralled a group of folks who were opposed to it and chatted with them for a while, I understand. But I wasn't invited. I would like to be invited to those things. I expressed my interest in it, but I wasn't invited. So my feelings are kind of hurt. My next issue is, I'm a member of this thing we keep calling Dino. I want to point out that Dino is a social club, not a homeowners association. We pay $25 a year so we can pool our resources and have tree trimming, and we do parties. We make a big deal in our most recent newsletter here that we have to change our name from association to organization because of legal concerns. We are a social organization under the legal definition. We don't have no business at all endorsing candidates on their websites or taking positions without and speaking for people without asking for their permission. My next item has to do with property values. That was brought up earlier. I'd like to point out that in Deepwell neighborhood, we've had recently houses appraised and sold for over $1 million. We had a house the other day, a 2-bedroom house, sell for $830,000. Houses in our neighborhood are selling the same day they're listed. So if the schools are impacting property values, build more schools. We're doing pretty good. My next point I want to make is, it was pointed out earlier that my wife is an educator. They were incorrect on their facts. She's a substitute teacher. She works over this last week at the Cahuilla Elementary School, which is good for me because the bells ring over there. I can tell when she's coming home. I can hear the bells. I can hear the PA system at the Cahuilla School. I can also hear the kids at recess yelling and screaming and whooping it up just like all kids do everywhere, and it's a joyous sound. It works for me. This is my neighborhood. I've been there for a quarter of a century. This is what we do in neighborhoods. We have kids. We can't help that, and kids need schools, and kids need activities. So I am pro-youth. Two other final comments I want to make. One of them has to do with change in the neighborhood. I'm in my yard a couple of years ago out in the front working on my property, pulling weeds or something. I hear these horns honking, and I look up, and here comes these parade of cars down my street. I got banners flying, people coming down in Halloween costumes. I went, wow, what was that? Well, I learned that was our first Mardi Gras parade. Well, we never had a Mardi Gras parade 25 years ago when I moved there, but we got them now. And in fact, we're going to have another one this weekend. And it's a neat thing. I embrace that. We have great diversity in my neighborhood. I'm glad to see that. But we also have kids in my neighborhood. I'm glad to see that too. And in our town, we've got, you talk about special events, we got your street fair, your Black History Parade, your Gay Pride Parade, your Christmas Light Parade, your Homecoming Parade. I heard about a Miss Teen contest tonight. I'm not going to enter. I heard about the White Party. The White Party and Easter egg hunts. All of these are special events which make my community a richer place, a better place to live in. We have a bouquet of activities. I don't have to go to all of them. But doggone it, these folks live in my community, and I embrace them all, and I don't deny any of them the right to do these things, and I'm glad to see that they're celebrating life, and I respect the right to do so. One final comment. I didn't hear the bells today at the school because they were drowned out by chainsaws. They were whacking down those trees over there on the old Biltmore property. Man, they were dropping them like flies because they're making room for more homes. We've got growth everywhere, and here at the Biltmore property, you've got all these new homes going up, new apartments going up. Well, homes mean more people. They mean more people, mean more kids. Those kids need schools. Those kids need activities. Thankfully, in my neighborhood, we've got Cahuilla, we've got Desert Chapel, we've got Palm Springs High School. We have to grow with the times, change with the times, and accommodate all of our new growth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening. You'll have 5 minutes. Please give your name to the clerk.
Thank you, Mayor, councilpersons, and staff. My name is Michael Kaiser. I've lived in this community since 1988. Been a lawyer for 27 years, so I've learned that people don't care what I think. They don't really care what any lawyer thinks. What they care about is what people, the regular people, think. And I heard, it was toward the end of last week, I heard that people in Deepwell were complaining that they heard noise from functions and from football games at Desert Chapel. Well, I lived in Deepwell for 10 years. I lived on the corner of Ocotillo and Calle Roff, which is actually 2 blocks would be west of Sunrise and 1 block east of Mesquite. And I'll tell you, I never heard one bit of noise from any function at Desert Chapel. Now, I did hear bands at the high school. I heard noise from functions at the park. I heard fireworks from the park, and I liked it all. But I never heard any noise. And so what I decided, because I couldn't believe this, that I would contact some of the people that I knew from that community. And so I got some letters. I didn't have but a few days, but I got a few letters from people who've been there for years. I mean, these are people, one man, Leonard Bach, who's attorney in town, lived there for 52 years. He says, I and my wife, Faye, have been residents of the Deepwell area for 52 years. We currently reside at 1175 Sagebrush Road. That was 1 block west of where I live. It has been brought to my attention that a member of Deepwell Homeowners Association has represented to the City Council that he represents the interests of the Deepwell residents regarding the expansion of Desert Chapel and Desert Chapel Christian School and holding of night football games at Desert Chapel Christian School. Neither I nor my wife have authorized anybody to represent our interests on that issue. Deepwell Homeowners Association does not represent us, nor do we attend Desert Chapel. We have had no problem with Desert Chapel or Desert Chapel Christian School during the entire time of our residency in Deepwell, and we do not oppose its expansion. We have never heard from our residents noise emanating from Desert Chapel, whether from a football game or from any other function. We appreciate having a church and school in our neighborhood and fully support the desire of the school to have football games in the evening on the school property. Now, because I'm an attorney, I happen to know attorneys, so I got another attorney that lives in Deepwell, Mr. Thomas Stefanelli, and who may be familiar to you. And he wrote a letter for me, too. It says, I am an attorney who has lived and worked in the Coachella Valley for the past 16 years. My family and I have resided in the Deepwell neighborhood at 1377 Paseo de Marcia for the past 7 years. We are very pleased to have a Christian school like Desert Chapel in our neighborhood and consider them to be good neighbors. We have absolutely no objection to Desert Chapel expanding. Over the 7 years that we have lived in the neighborhood, we have never been troubled by any lights or noise emanating from the Desert Chapel complex. Now, the next part I think is really important. This past weekend, we had a gentleman come to our door requesting that we sign a petition opposing any building by Desert Chapel. That gentleman represented that Desert Chapel had plans to build a new football stadium. He stated that obviously there could be no objection to Desert Chapel students playing football, but advised that he had been in touch with those in charge of the football league and had discovered that Desert Chapel could play its games at the Palm Springs High School. It is my understanding that Desert Chapel does not intend to build a football stadium, but rather an administrative building. In either event, my family and I have no objection to the expansion. If indeed the plan is not a football stadium, however, the Palm Springs City Council should be aware that some petitions and letters against expansion may have been signed under false pretenses. And I'd like to submit these along with some other letters. I have a letter from Rosemarie Travis, who was a double for Lucille Ball, personal friends of Frank Sinatra, who has lived 2 blocks. She lived also across from the corner from me, who says essentially the same thing. She says that the removal of the nursery and the beautification of that area has been an amazing improvement to the property. And she has lived there for 30 years. I have another letter from a woman who has lived there in the Deepwell area for a period since 1985, who's never heard any noise emanating from Desert Chapel. I have a letter from a resident at Sunflower Condominiums, which is just on the other side of the Adventist Church. I'd like to submit that. Thank you.
And thank you. Jeannie Dremel.
Yes. Hi, thank you.
Good evening and welcome. Got
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Okay. I am a resident of Deepwell. I've spoken to you before. When I purchased a home there 16 years ago, I was aware of the church being there. I was aware of Kauai being there, and that was my choice. The growth, the traffic, everything, I see majority of that coming from Blockbuster and Subway and everything else around there too, and that's a good thing, you know, the growth that we're dealing with. I personally, they were referring to one of the people that spoke before from Deepwell that has students in the school. That's me. And I'm proud of that fact. I'm proud. I have 2 students there now, one that graduated last year and is carrying a 3.9 in college now because of the education she got there. And so I'm not hiding that fact. I'm very proud of that. I have letters from residents. I happen to live 2 streets back from Sunrise and Sunrise and Mesquite, and I don't hear anything. I may be a little partial because, you know, I like the noise, I like kids, but I also have letters from other neighbors on the street right here on the corner of homeowners at the corner of Mesquite and Cali Rolfe and Palm Springs. We understand the Deepwell Homeowners Association have complained of noise from the athletic field at Desert Chapel and have approved of evening football games being proposed there, of evening football games being proposed there. We are members of that association, but we ourselves have not heard or been disturbed by any such noise. And they're right there on the corner. A lot of the people speaking are way far back in Deepwell. Both the letters that I have here are from people in the first 2 streets, and they're not affected by it at all. This other letter, I'm surprised to hear that there are complaints about the noise from Desert Chapel. Most evenings I am in the yard caring for pets in my garden. The noise from Desert Chapel is certainly not anything to complain about. My mother's also out there with me at times, and she has never complained. Sorry, no noise. Sincerely, we have a quiet neighborhood. And I'm just here on behalf of the school and the games. I mean, we're asking 10 nights maximum out of 365. Not every, if it were every night, I could see where there's a problem, but 10 nights, you know, a little grace. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. Barbara Beatty, followed by Chaz Branham.
Yes. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for an opportunity to address this issue. I'd like to address, first of all, something that I've heard from the groups that are opposing the expansion of Desert Chapel, and that was the honesty issue. I don't think there's anyone in Desert Chapel that is trying or purposely trying to be dishonest with zoning or planning or any permits that are involved in this expansion. I can guarantee that the people that you're seeing that are representing Desert Chapel are good, honest people. And I believe in meeting with the leaders, I also went to the February 10th meeting, and meeting with the leaders on the opposing side, these are good people too. And I think we have a lot of good people that might just be sharing some opposite viewpoints. The other issue is that I'm a teacher at Desert Chapel, and my classroom faces the Mesquite, and every day that we're there at school, we have 180 days of the year, and I have heard almost every day, I don't want to say every day, but almost every day, my students that are here can contest to it, we hear volleyball games, loud volleyball games that are put on by the Mesquite, I think they're the workers there that work for Mesquite. And there's a simple solution, we shut the door. They have a right to play volleyball, that's their land. They have a right to do what they want on that land, as we have a right to grow and expand. I've been here over 40 years. I came here as a little girl in a very quiet community when I remember only one signal light. And a good, healthy, like was mentioned before, anything good and healthy is going to grow. We're going to have noise involved with that. We might be experiencing growing pains, but it's a healthy thing. And we have an awesome church, and we have an awesome school, and we have dedicated people that have given up their night to tell you, we love what's happening. Over 3,000 people. We love what's happening at Desert Chapel. We're affecting the community in a positive way. It amazes me, it overwhelms me beyond belief that what I'm hearing here is football, football, football. That seems to be the main focal point of what we're talking about. We're talking about what Jeannie said, really only about 7 nights, 365 days a year, 3 hours a night. We're talking 21 hours a year. I mean, it blows my mind that all of this can be over 7 nights a year. This isn't reasonable. It's crazy. Can we not, and those of you that are opposing that, at least give up that amount of time? I would be so willing to do that for any other group. I don't know why we can't do that for our youth. We're talking about the Miss Teen pageant. We want this city to be known for youth. That's what this school's about. Youth, development, growth. This is exciting what we're seeing happening in our students. You will have a better community for what we're doing here at Desert Chapel. You're going to have a more blessed community. And I think you want that. And I just want to say that if for any reason you want to vote against this, it will hurt our community. It won't enhance. You will be part of hurting it. We want to enhance. We're giving back. You've heard what we do. We give baskets to the community. We feed the poor. We take care of those that are in need. How in the world can you say stop that kind of growth? This is what Palm Springs needs. Thank you.
Chaz? Good
My
evening.
name is Chaz Branham.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I live at Mesquite Country Club on the corner of Farrell and Mesquite, and I hear absolutely nothing of the noise from the church or the basketball games or the football games or any activities that go on at the Desert Chapel schools and church. And as you can see, I'm a member of the Desert Chapel High School, and I'm very active in all the sports activities and extracurricular stuff that goes on in the church and with the school. And Desert Chapel is a center for spiritual wellness, health, and hopefully what we've been talking about, fitness. And I feel that it's becoming and evolving a place that affects the community in a positive way. More than just the school, but the church also reaches out to so many people in so many different ways that the effects that it has had on the city can't be ignored. And like she said, it's only 1 day a week. It's a small sacrifice for the joy and the fun that the kids and the parents get to have to see some football and, have some fun. And, for Desert Chapel and the church to become more of an asset to the community, it needs to be able to expand. And clearly expansion is the only way to let the school to evolve into a great private school, to create kids that go to great colleges, that get great jobs, that maybe come back to Palm Springs and create more opportunities for people and more businesses for people in Palm Springs. So the fact of expansion is so important to the progress of the Desert Chapel School and church. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you, Chaz.
Shane Nicholas.
Shane, okay.
All right. With all this talk about football and all this, I thought I'd come up here as a football player, knowing that I played in the nighttime games, and it's a little short, but, you know, just to show you something. There's nothing like a night football game. I mean, you could change it to the daytimes, but, I mean, you run out in the day, it's 120, you're going to pass out in the second quarter. So, I mean, nighttime football games is a lot better, and if they do want to change it to Palm Springs, somewhere at Palm Springs, we'd have to change our schedule of football games. So that means we would change the days, and it'd be like Wednesdays and Thursdays or something like that. And Wednesdays and Thursdays aren't really a hip night, unlike Friday night. But yeah, that's all I really had to say. So I think we should continue the football games in the night. And thank you for your time.
Would you please give your name?
It's Blaze Rovany.
Okay.
Hey, my name is Blaze Rovany. Good evening, council. Thank you for letting me speak. I lived at Sunshine Villas, which is right next to Mesquite, for about 4 years. And we were basically on the north side, right against Ramon. And there was noise all the time from Angel Stadium and Palm Springs High School, all the time. And you know what? I was going to say, it never bothered me because it's a community center. I mean, that's what it's there for. It's there for the community. And when it got late, whatever, we shut our window. It never, ever bothered me because we live next to a high school. What do you expect? So I really don't understand the big deal about 5 nights a year, because there's possibly 10, because there's another 360 nights a year that's not going on. So I really just don't understand what's going on, because there was a lot more than 5 nights a week at Angel Stadium in Palm Springs, and it was very loud. And like I said, unless the funny thing I heard was makes life completely unbearable for 5 nights a year. Completely unbearable? Unbearable? Life is unbearable? Anyway, like I said, I lived at Sunshine Villas for 4 years, and to be honest, I never thought I liked Palm Springs. I actually love Palm Springs. No smog, no traffic compared to Riverside, where I used to live. The traffic and the smog is horrible out there. And I've been out here 8 years, and I'm glad to see that the community is growing, and it's grown tremendously in 8 years. And it's just part of life. And I was thinking, should we move Palm Springs High School out to the windmills because there's noise? Out to the middle of the desert? Somebody else said that. It's the community. The high school is part of the community. And that's what Desert Chapel is. It's part of the community. It helps the community. And I'm very proud. My kids both go to Desert Chapel. And one thing I like to say to the high school students there, they are the best group of kids I have ever met. They are not embarrassed to hug and high five my younger kids who are in the grade school. They are the best group of kids I've ever met, and an opportunity for the kids to, on a Friday night, play a football game and be a part and associated with Desert Chapel is a wonderful opportunity. And it does so much good for our community, for our teenagers to be part of that. And I say more power to them.
Babette Boucher. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Babette Boschert, and my daughter attends Desert Chapel. She has since the 5th grade. She's now in 8th grade. I know this isn't about a personal issue of family or my child, but it's an issue over Desert Chapel and the children and students that attend there. My daughter, when she first started going to Desert Chapel, coming from a public school, She was very closed into herself, afraid to talk to anyone, having troubles in her studies. Since going to Desert Chapel, she's been on the honor roll. She's been in every sport that they have. Basketball, volleyball, you name it, she's in it. And to see that transformation in our daughter is amazing. It is a blessing. And I remember when I went to high school, I never saw the spirituality and the spirit and love towards the school that I have seen at Desert Chapel. It is like no other school I've ever experienced. And growing up as a child, my father was in the service. We moved every 3 years. So you can imagine the variety of schools that I have been to, and never once did I see the love and the spirit everyone has at Desert Chapel. So when this came to our attention that people don't want our school to expand, and they don't want, kids to have a home base, I guess, to play their games and have fun, that kind of shattered the dream a little bit. That, what are our people thinking of? These kids are our future. And if we can't be behind them and let them be in extracurriculum or extrascholastic events, what are we doing? What are we leading our kids to think? I'm totally behind Desert Chapel. I will be for as long as I live. We live in Cathedral City. We drive to Palm Springs to take our daughter there. They've made a difference in her life. And I know they've made a difference in the hundreds of children and teens that go to that school. I've seen it personally. Kids are open. They hug each other. They're not afraid to show love. They're not afraid to show emotion. And these kids need each other. And having a Friday night, if that's the end night to go, then so be it. Don't take that away from them. These kids are not out vandalizing. They're not out stealing. They're not out hurting people. They're at a family, public function that anyone is welcome to. We turn our backs on no one. So to turn and say, we don't want that to be in our backyard, it's not in your backyard. It may be just a few feet away. It may be a block away. That's not that far. For 10 nights at the max out of a year, that's not much to ask. When you make your decision, think about the kids that go to Desert Chapel or the future kids that go to Desert Chapel. And the expansion of the school is expansion of knowledge to our children, to more and more children. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhonda Goodman. Good evening. You will have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Rhonda Goodman. I live in Palm Springs, and I'm going to read a letter from someone else named Francis Noonan. I am writing this letter after having watched the January 21st, 2004 council meeting, at which time the Desert Chapel School activities were discussed. Palm Springs has been my home since 1945, and I have been involved and interested in social, educational, and recreational activities for young people during that time. My present home is located in the Deep Well area, and I have been a resident at this location for 30 years. I'm not a member of the Desert Chapel Church and have never attended any of their services. I wish to state that I do not ever recall hearing sounds or of activities from the school area. If I did hear sounds from many of my neighboring schools' activities, as an educator, I would be willing to sacrifice mine for 10 nights of the 365 to know that young people are enjoying themselves, engaged in safe and healthy activities, rather than being in the streets. The future of our city depends on the young people we develop. Come on, residents, get a life. That's from Francis Noonan. And my name is Rhonda, and I have lived in this community my entire life. My parents graduated from Palm Springs High. My brothers and I did. Their wives, their siblings all graduated from Palm Springs High. So when I first was here as a baby, the city was very there was a very small, quiet community. And we are growing. The whole Coachella Valley is growing. There's construction going on in every city, which you know. Therefore, people are coming in. And the more money, we want people with money coming in, and those people want their children going to private schools. And most people are involved and want their children involved in extracurricular activities such as ball games. So we need to have more areas for children to play and to play football and basketball and the other games. I called on the Palm Springs Unified School District today and asked them, and they gave me the number of there's 24,000 students involved in the Palm Springs Unified School District, which is Palm Springs through part of Palm Desert and goes up to Desert Hot Springs. In that whole area, there are 22 schools. Of those 22 schools, this is all public schools, of 22 schools, 3 of those schools are high schools. Where are those 24,000 children going to go? They need high schools. We need more high schools. Desert Chapel is a great high school. Kids want to play ball. We should have an area for them to play ball. As far as the lighting goes, we have this terrific, huge sun in this area. That is the very brightest sun, brighter than any football game lights. Now, I realize at night you want it dark, but through the day, when the sun is hitting you, hitting your side of your house, you shut your window, you shut that blind. And there's no difference than at football game lights that you would shut your shutter or your blind so that you don't have the lights coming into your home if that is disturbing you. And I agree with the others before me, so I won't continue on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleen Swank, followed by Ralph Thornton.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff members. My name is Colleen Swank. I lived in Palm Springs since 1990. My 2 children do attend Desert Chapel. I'm going to speak on behalf of my children. My son is in the 4th grade. He wants to play football when he gets into high school at Desert Chapel. The biggest thing of my son's life is to be able to go to a Friday night football game at his school. I don't know if anyone else could remember the thrill and the enjoyment that you got when you went to your own home game on a Friday night. It was the greatest thing to me. I don't want that opportunity taken away from my son to be able to go to Desert Chapel High School and go to his football game that he rightly deserves. The other concern that I have, I'm a year-round resident. I do not leave to go to somewhere else. I'm concerned that some of these peoples in these condominiums are the short-term residents that are dictating this possible fight against Desert Chapel. I would like to make sure that is taken into consideration when it comes to voting on this. Thank you.
Ralph, you will be followed by Joan Martin, then Ruthie Frazee, and then Michael Lindley. And those will be the last of our cards.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, welcome. You'll have 5 minutes.
I don't need it. I've been here 32 years, and I am not a member at Desert Chapel, but I will tell you this, I'm Southern Baptist. And Wednesday night is traditionally prayer meeting night. And I've been to many churches that would love to have this kind of crowd, this big a crowd, for their Wednesday night prayer meeting services.
There's no soliciting for your...
I'm not soliciting. I'm sorry. My residence is 3/10 of a mile from the center of the football field. Now, if my East Texas math works right, that's 1,584 feet. I can't hear a thing. I live on St. Thomas Circle, which is on the south side of where the school would be. I can't hear a thing. I've been here 32 years. I've learned in those 32 years that the wind pattern and the dynamics of the wind blows from west to east. And if the wind blows from west to east, and you live in Deepwell, and Deepwell is west of where I am, and I can't hear it, I don't know how the people in Deepwell can hear it. But maybe they have better hearing than I do. But I have walked over to enjoy the football games on several occasions. And why anyone and how anyone could object to Friday night's national sport is beyond me. I don't. And like I say, 1,584 feet from the center of the football field. I personally hope that they have football teams, that they have bands, that they have terrific activities like that. Let me tell you why, and I think you've seen it. Some of the young people that we've heard tonight are absolutely amazing to me. What could I have done if I had been that good and that vocal when I was that age? It's a different time and a different place. And I think we should all do something to support tomorrow's future. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm planning on being here for a lot more tomorrows. And I'm going to close with that famous Southern Baptist hymn writer, Neil Diamond, who wrote a song, and it was called Beautiful Noise. Let's remember that. Thank you.
Joan Martin.
Well, we've had some very colorful endorsements of Desert Chapel the last part of the evening. I'm a resident of the city. I am not directly impacted by this situation, but I'm concerned. And I came to learn what I could learn. And there were a few things which occurred to me to comment on tonight. I wonder what the conflicts are at the Angel Stadium that precludes its use by Desert Chapel for night games. It was mentioned briefly. Were other nights than Friday or other times considered? A question. The excellent church/community activities provided by Desert Chapel are typical functions of large organized churches, but they're not relevant to the issues before us now. The excellence of the school is not the issue before us now. I'm wondering if adequate parking commensurate with the proposed extended facilities and functions has been built into this plan. Is the parking that may become available across the street at the Desert Chapel proposed development available to them? Is that okay if they use it for that? They're going to need a lot of parking for some of the stuff that's going to go on. Easter egg hunts are traditionally held during the day when you can actually see. Rock climbing practice could take place during daytime on weekends easily enough. So just this kind of thing makes one wonder about the good faith of the church school in dealing with the neighbors, keeping the neighbors in mind. Some things could be done differently. Now, Desert Chapel has been much criticized for breaking agreements. What consequences could there be if Desert Chapel does not abide by future guidelines? Loss of a privilege for a specified length of time, for example? If nothing with actual teeth in it can be set up, then expansion or liberalization of any activities should simply not be approved. Thank you.
And thank you. Ruthie Frazee. Good evening and welcome. You will have 5 minutes.
Hi there. You know, I was sitting and I was listening to many of the neighbors in our community, one of which, Ken Husky, who is a neighbor of mine, and we have a lot in common. We agree a lot. We like sports. We care about our kids. We want them to have activities. And I feel like there's a misconception. Deepwell homeowners aren't against that. And the other gentleman that was an attorney said that we were representing them. I believe that over 175 signed statements from Deepwell homeowners was turned in. That was 175. People knew what they were signing. It's spelled out. That has been turned into you, Trish, so you have that to go back on. But we're not against our kids in the community. We're not against school activities. We're against the nighttime football games. We're against the intrusion into the homes that we bought before nighttime football games were ever allowed. This church and school has grown and expanded, and I think everybody needs to remember that. Many of us bought our homes long before that was even planned. The man that just spoke that lived on St. Thomas Circle, I used to live at 1013 St. Thomas Circle. The owner that I sold it to has signed one of these statements about the noise. So I guess that's all relative about what people hear and their perception. I don't think people, I don't want to just keep repeating myself. We're not against the church. They need to find an appropriate place for their activities. It was mentioned at one of the meetings last time that people years ago used to move here for health reasons. Well, you know what? People still move here for health reasons. People move here for a different quality of life instead of living in Riverside or San Diego or San Bernardino. We want to capture the smallness as opposed to living in a larger city. Who would imagine buying a 50-year-old home that you're going to have development right across the street of something that's already been developed years ago? But we're having it, we're seeing it happen all the time, and I'm really asking you to revisit this and listen to what everybody has said tonight, because my eyes have been opened by a lot of things. That facts have come out that I'm sure that you're going to be able to go back and question, and I hope you do, because I'd be really worried about how things in your office are being run at this point, if what is said is true. Thank you.
And Michael Lindley, please come forward. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I brought a map. Was that handed out? If you've got some nice little colors, thanks. The news flash is it's not about football. It's not about sound. It's not about lights. We got to define what it is about, and that's a task ahead of us a little bit. But we had a bit of an education last week, and that's why I brought you this map. I realized in talking to some of these people, I didn't know exactly where some of these places we were discussing were. See, during the football games last year, and we've had actually 3 seasons of football, I walked around the neighborhoods during the games. And I didn't walk as far. I walked until I couldn't hear anything, and I never made it to Mesquite Avenue. I didn't realize in the first meetings we had where the lines were of the different neighborhoods. I wasn't as informed until I had someone give me the zoning map and explain it. So the first item that we did was we utilized a sound measuring device this week. I went around the perimeter of our property, and we've learned that sound is not the problem. The second thing we did is, earlier we commissioned a study for the lights. And the study shows that the lights aren't the problem. So if the lights aren't the problem and the sound isn't the problem has to lie somewhere else. And it's possibly in the growth of a community and people dealing with that growth. I think it's also about rules. It's setting rules, it's abiding by rules, and it's enforcing rules. Just in sitting back there tonight, I have a whole wonderful prepared presentation that just isn't applicable, having listened. When you look at this map, for one thing, Palm Springs High Stadium is only 2,300 feet from our field. When we turned off the lights at one of the games last season, it was about 9:30. Palm Springs High was just starting their fourth quarter. And the band was clear. We could hear the band. We could hear the game. They were just starting. We're 2,300 feet from Palm Springs High Stadium. It's powerful, a powerful amount of energy that comes out of there. The tiny equipment utilized by Desert Chapel is mostly blocked by the buildings around it. The people impacted are in Mesquite, and we do recognize that. That's why we've been meeting with them. We're going to comply with those regulations that have come out. I think you got a letter today from the Board of Mesquite, and I met with them the day following that community meeting because it achieved nothing. We went to the community meeting, and our position, I guess Desert Chapel's position could be we'd like to do anything we want anytime, but that would be unreasonable. The position at the meeting was absolutely nothing. That was the quote. Well, absolutely nothing is unreasonable. What has to happen actually to end these meetings? And I guess I'm gonna pray to my God tonight that we never have to have another one of these meetings. Okay? The way to never have another one of these meetings is to approve the compromise that we've come up with. Mesquite, I met with them the following day. They told us, we'll support this. We have people here, you realize, that don't want us to support it, but there's 600 people here. And we support the compromise. It is incumbent on Desert Chapel to have that burden placed on us so that we're not dealing with innuendo and years ago and in 19 this and there was a thing. Place it, set closure now by passing it. You have within that application the ability to revoke that. But by passing it, places it back on us, we will comply. We've answered the land use, we've answered the time, the place, the manner. We've done what we believe is everything asked so that we can make this about the kids. Because in the end, that's what we have to do. So what we're asking you to do is put the burden on us, let us comply, let the kids play. Thank you tonight.
Thank you for your patience, for our lengthy public hearing process and all of our comments. Council, do you have questions, observation, requests at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Foe.
Mr. Mayor, I just want clarification. You are closing the hearing at this
We're
time?
closing public comments.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say thank you to all of you who came here tonight to testify, because this has been a very, very difficult issue for me, because I, as you know, and as you've listened to me in other areas that we've talked about here, am very concerned about what's happening in our city from the perspective of development and quality of life issues and land use issues. Those are all things that are very, very important to me. And I was hoping that last month, when we sent this issue back to the community and the church to work on some sort of a compromise, that a compromise would come forward. I have gone through and read now, I think, a full 2 reams of paper of information from people on both sides of this issue. I think we as a city have some concerns that we need to address, and I would hope that Mr. Reddy would follow up on some of the statements that were made to by staff to the homeowners. We have a situation here where we have people who are dealing with quality of life issues, and on the other hand, we have a situation where we have a school that I am proud to have in our community. I am proud of Desert Chapel. I am proud of the students. I think the young men that got up and spoke, I agree. If I had learned to speak like that and have that kind of composure when I was young, I would be much better off for it today. But I don't have anything hip to say, but I am going to. We have a situation with the neighbors where we have a violation of the trust. And the school is set to expand and grow, and I support that expansion and that growth. Because I think that the more schools we have, the more schools that are good schools and give the quality of education that Desert Chapel has, the better off our community will be. But I also have to take into consideration the letters that we have received. And I'm not referring to the 100 or 50, 200 letters that are there tonight, because I haven't had a chance to look at them. But we got letters from people in Sunshine Villas that says, I'm a senior, I'm very elderly, I didn't receive notification, the noise is too much for me. There's letter after letter after letter of people who this is a problem for, and it's a quality of life issue for. I also read through all of the materials that were prepared regarding the other schools in the league, and how the other schools in the league, many of them, do not have their own fields. So this, for me, is not about football. It's about the kids I went to a school where our high school did not play on our field. We played on the college field that was right next door. Many of the schools that are in this league and would be playing either at home, at the high school in their community, or at a field in their community, because they don't have their own field. So it's not an issue that's an impossible thing, and I think the church is strong enough and influential enough and cares enough about the children to make it happen. So I have no feeling that football is not going to happen with Desert Chapel. I just feel that Desert Chapel needs to be aware. They started out as a small church in a residential area and have grown to great proportions, but people bought their homes next to Palm Springs High School, knowing they were buying their homes next to Palm Springs High School, next to Angel Stadium, knowing what that would bring to them. The people in Phase 3 of Mesquite did not know that there would be football games, that there would be other events. I am finding it very difficult to ignore the concerns that I have read in these letters. It was very, very difficult for me to read these letters. Yes, you can pull your shade down. Yes, you can close your door, but it makes you a prisoner in your own home. And that's something that I am not willing to allow happen to the homeowners surrounding. So my suggestion, and what I would hope that would be done, is that we again send this back to planning. And I would like planning to have some report, and I don't know if it's appropriate or not to separate that out, because I know the map, and I know part of this was an expansion of the school, and so I'm not willing to deny that expansion of the school, but I do really feel that Desert Chapel has other options available for events and for the football, which would be, to me, a compromise, which would allow the school the expansion and allow the children to have a fuller experience at Desert Chapel, but I think that the compromise for me would be to move the events and the football to other fields in the city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Pugnier.
Just to follow up a little bit on Ms. Foat's comment, I have a question. Has there ever, knowing that the football games and the special events were such a controversial issue, nobody really has spoken against the addition of classrooms, a nursery, or an administrative building? And has there been any thought to a separate request for that, either from staff or response from Desert Chapel?
The way the application is set up and the way the Planning Commission dealt with this, they too struggled with the issue of special events and the football games. They did approve the expansion of the school as a separate motion, so they could deal with classrooms, administration, and nursery facilities, and I could point those out as a separate motion. The conditions of approval that we've brought forth to you from the Planning Commission, and then we tried to work with a neighborhood meeting, are really in Exhibit B. If the council's pleasure were to move forward with the school only and refer special events and the football back to the Planning Commission or back to staff, you need to give us direction on where it goes back to. It'd be fairly quick for me to do a very quick edit. I've already prepared a set of revised conditions on a contingency factor that took football out, knowing that that was probably the most significant controversy. And what you'd basically do is decide if you want to take the special events out. You just delete those conditions, refer those two elements back, and you could move forward with the classroom buildings, the nursery, and the administrative wing. And the conditions of approval would be pretty simple to put forth. You might want to direct the city attorney and staff to revise the resolution to take out some of the elements that you're not approving. And if the city attorney and the city clerk are comfortable with that, you know, it's one way to deal with the school facilities tonight and then deal with special events and football games under a separate process.
Thank you. I also want to, you know, during the campaign, one of the things that we asked was that the community become very, very involved in the process of running the city. And by everybody here pro or against tonight, I commend you for coming. And certainly there's some future leaders in this group from the young folks at Desert Chapel. At the previous meeting, there were 7 very specific questions that I had asked, and several of those have been addressed this evening. The 2 most important questions for me that I don't feel have been fully addressed yet are really whether a thorough investigation of alternative sites has been discussed, and the issue about other schools playing in lighted stadiums and the potential to play on Saturday evening. Revising the master plan is a very, very serious issue. It is very difficult for me to move forward on the request as presented without a more thorough discussion on those two questions. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, if you would please give me a report on when the permit was initially given for football and how that has progressed.
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor. In 1999, the City Council, after a recommendation of the Planning Commission, approved a master plan for Desert Chapel that included a number of items as far as their expansion, one of which was a large athletic field, multi-purpose field in the current location that it exists today. It was shown as a play field as well as overflow parking for those special times of the year where they use every available place to park people. That play field had a specific condition of approval that was placed upon it during the hearing process that basically said there cannot be night lighting on that play field, and there was discussion and questions about whether or not it was the intent of Desert Chapel to have nighttime athletic events on the field. The condition was imposed. Obviously, subsequent to the construction of the turfed field, Desert Chapel, went into an athletic program that included playing ball games there, and that evolved, I think, in the season of 2002. I didn't bring the entire file over, but I think it was the 2002 football season. They switched to night games without notifying the city, without dealing with the permit issue. I believe they were in their second or third game at night before we had the first complaints. So we were into the season, and we had complaints about the lights, the activity, and the football. City administration found itself in a very awkward position in that we had a scheduled series of games with a private school that had a season all scheduled. We took a look at a range of remedies from the standpoint of telling them you can't play football, to taking a look at whether or not we could look at an interim or a temporary approval for football games that season. We then engaged discussions with the neighbors and Desert Chapel to develop a temporary permit system. Didn't please everybody, and we continued the first year under a temporary football permit with the expectation that for the 2003 season, we would have concluded these public hearings, that we would have had a decision from Planning Commission and City Council relative to football games. The Planning Commission, in reviewing the Desert Chapel Master Plan as well as the special events program and football program, asked the staff to keep working with Desert Chapel and the neighbors. That extended well into the football season, past the football season, and with the Planning Commission's acknowledgement, we worked on a permit, a temporary permit for each and every football game in 2003. I went out and monitored whether or not the lights were right. And again, we had an ongoing dialogue with Mesquite Country Club. It was primarily their association directors, not all the individual members that you've heard from in Phase 3. So we worked through that, and we tried to keep the council posted that we were again in a dilemma, that the permitting process and the community involvement and trying to work things out took us through another football season without a formal approval for the permit. So that's a quick history of what we've done. We've tried to look at all sides from a staff perspective, and I think the Planning Commission struggled just as much as you have to try to take a look at how this works from the standpoint of Planning Commission dialogue relative to alternative facilities. One of the planning commissioners is the facilities manager at Palm Springs High School, knows exactly what the events are, what it would take to fix the field. One of his expertise, he's actually prepared fields for Super Bowls. So he understands from small events to large events, and it was a feeling that it really didn't fit at Palm Springs High in the debate relative to the Planning Commission with the expertise of the principal of Palm Springs High School as well as their facilities manager. So we've looked at alternatives. I've checked with Parks and Rec, other people have. Most of the city facilities are not really available, so we'd have to look at alternative dates, council member, relative to maybe Saturday games, things of that nature, to look at that. But that's a history of really where we've been relative to the evolution of nighttime football at Desert Chapel.
Thank you. Well, there are quite a few things. First of all, someone came up this evening, they made a comment, and they used the term that it mystifies them, some of the opposition. Well, perhaps I can clarify some of that mystification for you. Some of that mystification is there because it was perceived that there was a direct line from City Council to Desert Chapel. Now, if we think that we can make this decision in a vacuum where we don't look at that, then we're mistaken. Now, whether or not it was true, I don't know. But we can't undo the past. Can't undo it. If those things happen, they happen. We are responsible for what takes place today and for the future. Now, at our last hearing, what did we ask everyone to do when we postponed the hearing for today? What was the direction?
There's a list of specific things. Primarily was to meet with the neighbors and see if we could work out a compromise.
Okay, so the time that we gave them was to look at a compromise. And instead of a compromise, I think in some cases we heard entrenchment. But we asked for a compromise. We asked for a compromise for a specific reason. Our community has changed, and we have grown. And in spite of the fact that Desert Chapel may have started as this little church, they have grown. The only way that you know that there's life is by growth. And this city has grown. And as we continue to grow, there are going to be changes and adjustments that all of us have to make, all of us. And it isn't just this church. But when I look at some cities that didn't even have a church in their community, I think that's kind of sad. Now, Palm Springs is different because we have such a diverse community. We have churches and different churches. And I don't have to like the churches, and they don't have to like me. That's not the issue. We have churches in our community as we have other types of businesses, and they grow. So now, how do we accommodate this? I think the first thing that we need to look at is that there were comments that were made regarding staff and statements that were made by staff and commissioners that I think we definitely need to review and to investigate, because many of those statements are unfortunate. They should not have been made, and I am asking that we would follow up with an investigation on those statements and comments and activities. But this is a quality of life issue. And when we look at quality of life, we all have to live and work together in this community. And when we polarize, that's not going to happen. It simply isn't going to happen. So at some point, there has to be, in terms of compromise, there has to be some give and take. Now, in that give and take, I think there's portions that we all have to absorb. Not just one area, but the entire city. Because as we look at what I refer to as the big picture, we have such a unique opportunity in our city. I talked about this today when I spoke to the Rotary. Because we are different from most cities in this country, because we are so diverse, and we talk about celebrating that diversity, and yet we come to a situation where we're having difficulty compromising over an issue that affects the lives of a lot of people. And that means it's going to mean some compromise on all of our parts. But if we are successful at this, what a statement that we can make to this country, where there truly is a community as diverse as we are that can work and live together in harmony. That's the big picture, and I don't think that we should lose sight of that based upon a particular situation. Desert Chapel tonight asked us for an opportunity to demonstrate that they can be trusted. How can we pass that up? In terms of compromise. When someone says, yes, we've made some mistakes and we didn't do some things that were according to the plan, and yet we're willing to say, monitor us, whatever you need to do, but allow us to reestablish trust. If we deny, we negate them the opportunity to establish trust. And that's what we need in our communities. So I am recommending that we would approve this with the provision that it is monitored. Be on notice that it will be monitored if it passes. That means perhaps going above and beyond the call of duty to show the community that you are open and caring and sensitive to their needs, because that's why people are entrenched, because they don't believe that you will be. But here's an opportunity for you to show the community, your neighbors, that you will be responsible and that you will be sensitive to those issues. And I think you ought to have that opportunity to show the entire city that whatever their misperceptions were in the past, that you are willing to be an honest, an open, and responsible part of our city. So I would make the motion that we would approve with whatever modifications in the monitoring that you think are necessary, and that we review it at a time designated to see if we want to continue that, even if we do it on an annual basis. So that's my motion, if we have a second.
I would like to hear a little bit more about the compliance issues, because I am still very concerned that 2 of my questions from the previous meeting were not answered. There was some very good information given tonight about other opportunities. There have been too many citizens. It is a quality of life issue. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, but at the same time, I do not believe that my 2 questions have been fully answered. If we're talking about compliance, what does that mean?
Just for parliamentary clarity, I assume that the motion that was being made dies for lack of a second, and we're going to go on with some discussion.
Unless, yes, that would be the case. Okay.
You going to handle this one?
Well, maybe I can talk about part of it. I think by compliance, you're asking about something different, but just on the monitoring issue that you were talking about, this condition 22 that is in the draft currently provides that it's a temporary permit that actually expires on July 31st, and provides that there will be a compliance report that would be prepared, and that the City Council would review that compliance report at a meeting on July 7th. So at that point in time, either the council would have to extend it, or if the council took no action, the permit would expire on the 31st. Now, that was a suggestion being made. There are other alternatives. You could put in sort of an annual review process, which it sounded like what you were talking about. You could put in quarterly reports if you wanted to see, so there's a multitude of ways that the compliance thing could be approached. Right now, it sort of has a sunset date, and unless you extend it, it dies. And as I indicated, there would be other ways of approaching the compliance or the monitoring issue. Now, I think Steve was asking something different about some information, and do you want to clarify that question?
Well, let's talk a little bit more then about the conditions. As far as a review, whether it be quarterly review, obviously there's been a lot of concern about previous statements made by the Planning Commission. Can the Planning Commission be taken out of that process of review?
It's up to the council. The review could be directly by the council. It can be by the Planning Commission.
I'd be comfortable with that if it came directly back to the council. That'd be fine. Any others?
Yeah, I do. On the, what I asked about earlier is the separation out. Because even though we do have this 22, I want to again call everybody's attention to the fact that it goes through July 7th, 2004, which is 3 months from now, and there are no events. And so what are we monitoring? And so, I mean, this whole section doesn't make any sense to me because there's nothing to monitor. And so whether or not there's compliance with that issue is a moot point for me. What I want to go back to is what I asked earlier is about the school and separating out that issue, because I feel that there could be some compromise reached regarding the outdoor events. It is not having that kind of public events in a residential area in which people bought their homes for the peace and quiet of their homes. To say that it's going to end at 10 o'clock is not a compromise to me. The compromise to me is seeing what events might be able to be moved inside, what events could possibly happen during the day. If we gave our approval to this, could there be some night games at another field and some day games at this field? I mean, I think there's a whole range of what I had hoped would come back to us tonight in a compromise. And I also we also still have that issue of precedent setting, which is another major concern for me, is what we do here establishes a precedent for all other neighborhoods in our community. And that's also a very serious issue for me. So, but I don't want to stop the school from proceeding in their plans and their building arrangements for the classrooms. And that's why I am wanting to separate this out. Because I believe there still can be dialogue between the church and the community regarding the outdoor special events.
Well, and I think Doug had indicated that it is possible for you to approve tonight everything except the football activity, that it could be broken out separately if that's the way you want to deal with it. If you did that, then in terms of the football activity, the issue would be whether you're looking for more information, you want something to come back on that. You could even have some sort of a situation, if you were, in terms of special events, that require a report back following each event. That would be on an event-by-event basis, so that you could find out whether there were noise complaints, other kinds of issues arising out of specific events.
I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some way in which we as a community can come together and to have the church work with the neighbors on how this can happen. Have staff help in actually looking at what it would take to make these games happen at Palm Springs High School. To talk to the neighbors about what's wrong with an outdoor Christmas caroling. I mean, I think that the neighborhood is going to have to make some compromise too. And I don't think that the church and the neighborhood are at that point yet. And I don't think we as city staff have given enough help to get it there? I mean, we put people in a room and we let people kind of stay in their own little corners, and we didn't drag them out into the compromise arena.
Mr. Prunier.
Mr. Mayor, Doug, I would like you, both of the questions that I asked, that the Deepwell residents have mentioned regarding alternative sites, I want those fully investigated, both those questions.
Well, could we be clear on the first one, investigated alternate sites? I mean, it's not so much an issue of alternate sites. They exist. I guess the question is getting them to agree to do it. So I'm not sure what role we can play in changing that dynamic.
One of the comments was that it's very difficult to go from a 100-yard field to 80-yard field, and it's pretty apparent to me tonight that that is probably not the case from the information I've been given. So I would like that verified.
All right, so we want to go back into the compromise arena, as the Councilwoman mentioned, and drag them out into it.
I'm talking about my two questions, regardless of the outcome discussion tonight. Okay. I want both of those questions looked into.
Could you clarify the second question, Councilman?
Was potential that other teams in the league play on Saturday evening or late Saturday afternoon, something like that. I want both of those questions.
Other sites and other times.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the mayor, you have made a very, very compelling case. It is about healing. It's about quality of life. Compliance is certainly been an issue. I will disagree with a statement that was made earlier that that somebody said it wasn't about noise and it wasn't about lights. Because for a lot of residents, it is about noise and it is about lights. That being said, I will support your motion for the benefit of the community and the entire community. I will ask, you will need to make the motion again, but I will ask on the compliance that the Planning Commission is taken out of it, as is the Planning Department, and it'd be the city manager and the city council, and that the compliance be certainly fully enforced.
So I will make that motion again. And before I make the motion, I think based upon what you've heard from the residents and as you grow, at some point, you're going to outgrow the facility, your facilities, your land use in terms of recreational opportunities. I think that's going to be obvious as you continue to build out. So at some point, you're going to have to look at alternative sites. But as long as you're at this particular site, the compliance issues, I think, are going to be very important. And perhaps staff would want to work with us more specifically on those issues. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could note something about compliance and accountability. The way it's structured in the public administration literature in '89, Robert Gromley, the metaphor was, and this is fitting here, government has two things, muscles and prayers. We pray that people live by the rules, but if they don't, then we got to muscle them. So that can take place and manifest any way we want, from the strictest muscle of someone having an enforcer there at every game, or debriefing with the neighborhood after every game. The city manager's office is directly involved with the direct communication reporting to the council. I mean, that's the one extreme. So we can fashion the accountability and the monitoring any way you want. So I'm hearing from council, you would want that stricter enforceable monitoring, and I'm hearing from Desert Chapel, they would be open to that, and we go from there. So we can fashion it any way we want.
And this is with a conditional use?
Well, obviously, the conditional use would have to be on there.
Yes. Okay.
Well, but I I need a little more clarity than that. In terms of the motion that you're thinking about making, are you, is this motion contemplating that you would approve it with the football use then? Yes. And are you approving it as for some specific date at which it expires, the way this condition is written now? Or do you want to not have a sunset date in it?
Do you have a more specific date that you wanted?
Oh, I think at best it should be.
I'm sorry. What's, you want it after the end of the season?
Or midway through.
Or midway through? Do you?
Just something has to happen before it.
Okay. Then do we want to direct staff to give us alternative dates for evaluation? Is that better?
This is your motion, Mr. Mayor.
But I want to include what you're looking for in it, if at all possible.
Yes, halfway through the season.
Halfway through the season, midway.
After the third football game, home football game.
Okay, that'll work.
Well, I guess
Okay.
Creates a difficult position, because if there's a problem at that point in time and you're in the middle of their season, that's the problem we had before, where we ended up letting them kind of play out the season. If that's what you want it to read, we'll set it up that way, but it would put you in a very awkward spot.
So we want to monitor after each game? A report back to us after each game?
Absolutely, I think it would be something that could be done. Because we could require them to give us the schedule. We could go out after each game, come back and give the council report, and the city manager's office could have the responsibility for doing that, and come back and give you a report as to what occurred at that point in time. You can, by the way, just if you're having a problem, you schedule it for a revocation hearing. And the issue on that revocation hearing, it's an issue of whether you revoke all of their permits or just the ability to have the football. I mean, again, it can be, you can separate out the football issue from everything else. But so one thing you could do is to require a compliance report after each game, and have a clause in here that talks about if the compliance report indicates issues and problems and that they're not complying with the conditions, then it could be scheduled for revocation. Then you don't have, so the way you deal with it is to deal with a revocation instead of having a sunset date. Would that be a more satisfactory process?
I move what you just said.
Oh, okay. Then, the way we would write this, the approval would be for everything, including the football, and we would provide that the city manager's office will be tasked with, after each football event, coming back and making a report in terms of compliance, any complaints received. Obviously, we have a large audience that will be aware of where they can complain to if they're having problems. The compliance report will come back to the council, and if the council has issues, using your own judgment, you could go ahead and initiate a revocation process if you're unhappy. So we would, with your direction, we would rewrite this condition to reflect that process.
Mr. Attorney, does that require that the city manager has to attend the ball games?
Yes.
And I guess I'm serious. That's a serious question.
No, the city manager's office is supposed to make a report in terms of compliance, and the city manager manages various resources to accomplish. There must be a book that you read that talks about how to do that.
I would suggest that I attend. I suggest that this Office of Neighborhoods, that myself and a group, perhaps a subcommittee of the neighborhoods, would attend the games and have some dialogue with the principal and the coach, and maybe it works itself out that way. Muscles and prayers. There you go.
Very good.
So we have a motion
I'll second it.
and a second.
I have a
Yes, we have a question.
Yes. What happens then to these kids who are in the middle of football season if there's non-compliance? I mean, this doesn't seem like a good thing for me, because then we'd be taken, if there was not compliance, we would be taking away the rest of the football season for the kids, and I.
And that's where responsibility comes in.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
The one other issue that's a little left hanging are the two questions that Steve asked about, and I might suggest, because the issue of alternative sites only becomes relevant if they're going to alternative sites, but perhaps what we could do is look into it so that if there is a problem,
Exactly.
You know where the alternative at that point in time.
Exactly.
So that we don't need that report immediately, but, okay.
Yes.
Roll call.
Ms. Fote?
No.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. It is carried. I'd just like to say that in spite of the fact that we might not all agree on what just took place, we all care about this city, and it's reflective of our different positions, but we all care. So thank you very much for your participation, everyone. Why don't we take 5 minutes and so we can clear?
Actually, you could just, if you wanted to, you could adjourn the meeting now and for the remainder of the items to be heard on Friday at 8 a.m. in the large conference room.
Okay, so move. We will adjourn until Friday at
8 a.m.
At 8 a.m. We'll call this meeting adjourned.